All right, guys, quick forewarning before we even start the episode, because this might be a little contentious for some of you guys. When we do the analysis of the episode, first off, know that we are analyzing the anime, not the novel. First big thing for you guys to be aware of throughout everything. At the end of episode 17, there will be a whole huge discussion that Brady, a fellow psychologist that you guys have seen on the channel, Rosie, and I had with chat among the several different topics that episode 16 and 17 brought to the table. Forewarning, once again, we are analyzing only the anime. We have not read the novels. We have not read any of that. And all of these opinions are come from the perspective of an individual who is a therapist, a full-on psychologist, who has seen Mushoku Tensei all the way up to now. Brady, who watched episode 16 and 17 with us, and Rosie, who watched episode 16 and 17. You guys will find out a little bit more about them, Brady being a fellow psychologist, and Rosie having her master's in international affairs and dealing a lot with crisis support victims and individuals like that. I'm throwing this out there as a forewarning because this seemed to be a little contentious when we did these episodes. Stay tuned at the end of episode 17. Once again, there will be a discussion that chat and us had about the topics that we covered and what our meaning was to that. Once again, this is only for anime only. We are not hating on the writer, the author, the novel, nothing like that. We are talking about how these characters elicit such emotions out of us that we're able to hold an open discussion out of this. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy. Have fun. Oh, yeah, and by the way, as of recording this, because this is done after my birthday, a day after my birthday, Mushoku Tensei is officially done. All the VODs are up on Twitch. So come on and follow, check us out. We're doing quite a lot of new anime. We're planning on doing Steins Gate with Brady, Mob Psycho 100, and a lot more. Anyway, I really appreciate you guys. Hope you guys have a fantastic day. And, well, this will be at the beginning of episode 16 and 17. Enjoy.
If you like it and you enjoy it, you don't have to show it off. That's your own personal thing. The fact that you're getting defensive is showing more about you than it is about the anime. The anime is what it is. But if you, we can critique it because we can, we discuss it. It's engaging to us. But the fact that you're defending it shows that, you are triggered. And, shut the fuck up. You are fucking toxic.
Like Ed, we studied together. I'm a psychologist as well. Okay, I have a fucking degree in this shit. You don't need a degree to see how fucked up some of these characters are.
Yeah.
All right, and how twisted some of the justifications of their actions are. All right. You don't need a degree for that. All right. That's not what I'm here. That's not what we're here for. I'm not here to provide you professional, interpretations or expertise.
No.
Okay.
No.
That's not what I'm here for. That's not what any of us are here for.
We're just we had some extra tools. That's funny to see this, and you guys, we want to share it with you. That's it. It's obvious. Anime is obvious. It's not super intricate. When you watch enough of it, it's pretty obvious. But you enjoy it because it's good. For what it is. People.
And they're already giving you a fucking essay-length comment before they've even heard your opinion.
Wait, Rosie, are you saying something? Because your sound's not coming out yet.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was he cares about the younger daughter, but he doesn't care about the son, the main character. That's interesting.
Doesn't that show a lot of the weird fucking expectations we saw in the previous episode? He's literally projecting himself onto his male son character type shit.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's what it is, though. Is that a lot of the dynamics sometimes the second child or the female child is the one that gets the nice version versus the dad, because a lot of the times dads and sons can butt heads because they try to I don't know, establish their dominance or show their worth or something. It's very toxic, but it's a real thing. I've seen it in my own family and shit.
Can I just dispel the fucking myth that you okay, you can care about your child and still be an absolute piece of shit to them and still abuse them and still care about them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm already seeing the comments. All right, I'm sensing the fingers flying across the keyboard and saying like, no, but he loves his son. You just need to wait and see. You need to see that it pan out, and then all of a sudden, right? They'll justify it.
Oh yeah, you can already tell. Like you can already tell.
Like you can care about your child. You can think you're doing the right thing, and you can still be a piece of shit. You can still abuse them.
Well, my thing is, my big thing with this whole fucking thing is, even if your child is a genius, savant child, what does this say? That they're lacking in other areas. The majority of the children that you see with like the gifted syndrome, that they're able to go ahead and like understand concepts a lot faster than others, they lack in social areas. They're lacking in other areas of their life, like boundary setting, so on and so forth. So you don't put your expectations on your children. You don't want them to have the same life as you or make them repeat the same mistakes as you. You want them to have a better life than you. So putting all these weird expectations on Rudy and any of the kids, that's some weird, fucked up, trauma-looking shit, dude. Immediately. I already have enough to fucking say about this. They're literally trying to do this to play to your feels, to be like, he's not really a bad guy. They're already trying to fucking, like, it's like a pre-justification. You know, he already went through. He saw that his home was destroyed. Aren't you feeling bad yet? Oh, yeah, he started rounding up a group of adventurers. Aren't you feeling bad yet? Oh, yeah, no, look, he's taking really good care of his daughter. Aren't you feeling bad yet? It's like this repetitive fucking questioning that kind of, for me, it pisses me off, right? Because at one point in time, if the show really wants to push this narrative, like, you know what, you should feel bad for, like, you know, looking at this character this way. Why wouldn't he have cared about his son when he first encountered him? You know, or if he's truly a caring father that he was with his daughter, he would have been that way with his son and with any other individual that's coming. They're also trying to show trauma and depression is being deep in a deep, dark hole. It's a very good concept that I know a lot about. I think I've shared some stuff with Pat. You don't necessarily go into an angry rage and start punching people. That's more anxiety based rather than depression based. Depression based, you tend to shut yourself off from society rather than try and go back into it. What do you think, Brittany?
Just because they add music to it is like doesn't mean that it's fine. Like, I mean, like, it's, yeah, people are complicated, but like the way he acted, like, okay, he's a nice father to his like daughter.
Wait.
Why can't he be a nice father to his?
Look at the chat. They're already trying to justify it. I bet you anything, bro. I don't even have to be looking at chat. It's probably like, you know what? Like, that's not the way I see it. The way I see it is a deep, dark dive into depression. Bro, if it was really depressive, like truly depression, what you'd see is more of an extreme cutoff from than trying to like rationalize the situation. He got into a drunken state. Did he become alcoholic? It looks like he became an alcoholic, right? Alcoholism and I guess like mix of anxiety, right, can definitely cause you, especially narcissistic individuals, to all of a sudden have the shape or perception of whatever's happening. Rosie, what were you saying? Sorry.
I just think of the like, you can't blame the vices or the things. Like, you have to. It's the individual and like what they do with it. Like, as someone that comes from like a family of addiction and stuff like that, it's like, you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
You have times when you're sober and think about this. You think about it all the time. Like, it's something that's in your mind. There's like the fact that he can treat his daughter really fine and his son though like just not. Like, I get it, you punch him, but then like apologize or something, because it's like, you're a shitty fucking human being if you can't realize that you're a shitty fucking father at this point. Like, you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
You know what you're doing is using these vices to get away from the problem because you're so aware of what the fucking problem is. Just ugh.
And my whole thing with like attachments falling apart, because I fucking predicted this like episode 2 or episode 3 when I first saw the first. Like, it's quite obvious to see something like that. Now, in case you guys are wondering, wait, but like, you know, maybe you guys are seeing the fact that like it's showing like how deep and dark his like life is. Maybe we're seeing it through his own perspective, how he's like leading himself up to be. But if you really want to take charge of this, right, he's saving a bunch of other people, because that's only what we're stating. He's saving the kidnapped people. A person that truly wants to be self-actualized and care about themselves would not go after others. They would go after their core self. That's Maslow's hierarchy of needs immediately, right there and then. I.e., if Brady was kidnapped, right, and he's like a brother to me, he's my family member, right? I'm not going to go and start saving off randos. No, I'm going to go and save Brady first because I need my base. I need my natural supply before I start saving off randos and start being like, oh, I'm okay. No, that doesn't leave me room to operate and process. And any normal human adult individual will know, hey, your support, your family comes first. Granted, you could put up 1,000 flyers and go looking for them. Maybe you should look, I don't know, looking see below the ground, caves everywhere, dude. Fuck it, go hard. Ready?
Let's get one fucking thing straight here. All right. Most of the time, people think that depression is a personal struggle. Okay? Depression is an interpersonal struggle. It is not just a singular, solitary, personal issue that someone is dealing with. It is interpersonal. It is intergenerational. And when I see comments that say stuff like, "Look, this is an explanation, not a justification," you know, it's a window into how things got there. Here is what we need to talk about. We need to talk about Gestalt. Okay, yeah. What is Gestalt? Gestalt is this idea that when the way people see things is we see them as like a pattern or the sum of its parts and not the individual parts, right? When you see like abstract artwork and these sorts of things, you tend to look at the artwork, you're not looking at the strokes of paint, right? And we do this with people as well. When you're making comments like, oh, we're seeing the moments that led to where he is. We're not justifying it. We're just looking at the explanation. This is like how people see things. This is Gestalt. Yeah. Okay? Like we're looking at the individual parts and we're summarizing them because we're not able to really contemplate the individual parts on their own. But you have to look at those things. And you can't just ignore that despite all the parts that fit into this pattern of this human, right? The actions, the interpersonal actions that are a result of this depression are extremely reprehensible. They're extremely, like, fucked up. You know, we're talking, like, SA. We're talking childhood abuse.
Yeah.
Right? I don't give a fuck if the child is 40 years old in his mind. Okay? Like, it's child abuse to assault, you know, someone of that age. Or these sorts of things. Like, people tend to view things in terms of patterns, and they tend to, you know, want to isolate the individual parts of that pattern and say that, no, these are the things I'm placing value on. I'm placing value on these moments where, you know, he's depressed, he's resorting to alcohol, he's resorting to, you know, being distant and these sorts of things. But you can't just focus on those sorts of things. And I know everyone's saying, like, no, we're not justifying it. You know, we're not here. I'm not out here saying that, like, no chat is wrong and you all think that Paul is a justified character. What I'm saying is that I find it impossible to sympathize with this character, despite there being sympathetic moments throughout his life. Okay? I know you're not justifying what he's doing, but I also don't know why you're sympathizing with him.
Projection, man. People find traits of themselves in characters, and that's sort of where that sympathetic nature comes from. You know? Like a lot of people, regardless of like how a character has been good or bad, right? I think that a lot of individuals, at least in any show or whatever, tend to find these sympathetic elements. They're like, oh, you know what? I can attune to this particular trait that a character has. Be like, that's a part that I share. That's a good thing to do that? Absolutely fucking not. I'm not going to say that's a good thing, but that's what I'm saying is, like, people will literally find the smallest fucking things that they can relate to and then, like, make that their personality. Like, some fucking tarot card psychologist out there. Yeah, dude. But what do you feel off of this? Because clearly you're able to see the chat. I'm not at the moment. Because if I bring up my OBS, it'll ruin the whole thing. But you're saying instantly,
I don't sympathize with the character, and I don't think 15 more episodes of context would, right?
Yeah.
And this isn't just me being black and white, right? Like, this is just understanding how people integrate the morally objectable things that they do into their own worldview and their own understanding, right? Like, you may not justify this character. You may not be saying, oh, I recognize these things and I justify them. But what do you think Paul is thinking? Do you think Paul justifies his own actions to himself?
Mm-hmm.
That is my question for you, right? If you're to empathize with this character and jump into his head, do you think that he is justifying his own actions to himself?
Thinking like that. There is always justification happening. Like we said in the previous episode, if there was no justification happening, a good grown-ass adult would not fucking turn the bar environment into quite literally like shifting narratives and stories and shit like that.
He's shifting the narrative to be like he's the victim. He knows it. Yeah. He knows it, and he's using it to his advantage. You can clearly see that he's a scumbag. Like, and what the main character, from the one episode I saw, the main character is trying not to be a scumbag. He's like, I've been through life, I fucked up, and I'm trying to not be a scumbag and go through this and be a whatever the fuck magician. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck happened, like, from one episode. But, like, you can tell a stark difference between the two and how their approaches are. And that's something he feared. He didn't want to be like his dad, right? From what it seems. From that one episode.
I just pulled up.
It needs to be said that, like, when we talk about justification, you're talking about I'm pointing to an action that demonstrates the moral objectivity of that character, right? That's not to explain what that character is doing, but it's saying, yeah, he was provoked by his son.
What
yeah,
the fuck?
You know, he has a history of drinking or these sorts of things, right? Like, those are using demonstration to like prove the moral objectivity of that character, regardless of like whether that action is good or not.
Let's break that down. First off, it's a fucking kid, dude. If you're getting provoked by a kid, you're not in a good state. You're not in a good state to fucking like even be in a position of power. Nonetheless, like try and fucking shift that narrative around. That's clearly showing that you're not a fit parent automatically. Like if you're getting fucking provoked to that level to like cause domestic violence, what the fuck?
Yeah, and if the thread is lost on what I'm saying, it's that, like, look, sympathy is not justification, right? The fact that you're sympathizing with this character does not mean you justify what they're doing, right? Like, to say that you wouldn't do the same thing in their own shoes. But I don't see how you can afford sympathy to this character just because you see a few moments where you might offer a bit of sympathy.
But here's what I want to say.
Because that's the failure to like understand the Gestalt perspective, where it's like you're sympathizing with the individual qualities, but you're not looking at the whole, at the pattern, at the full picture.
By the way, here's a question: is the kid hitting a parent okay? No, but is it more like, you know, is it something that can be controlled?
No, it's definitely not okay. This is why we have ADPS, which is Adult Protective Services. Like, there's clients that, you know, do hit their parents, and we want to make sure that they are protected as well, because their parents sometimes don't, like, sometimes things are out of their control, whether it's a developmental disability or if it's just, like, a just personality disability. Like, you don't know. Like, things just happen and life happens, you know? So we got to make sure that the parents are also protected as well.
What I was going to say is...
But it's not this, like... The power dynamic between a child and their parent is absolutely not equilateral, right?
Yeah.
So you can't ask.
This dude is clearly scummy, though. Like, this dude is clearly scummy.
You can't look at it transactionally and say, oh, well, if it's okay for a child to hit their parent, it's okay for a parent to hit their child. Like, the power dynamic is not, you know, like equilateral in that sense.
And it is different too. You know, he's not like. Just like, oh, you know, you did wrong, a spank, whatever. Like, sometimes that happens in cultures, it happens. But, like, he's abusing him. You can tell he's fucking abusing him. Like, this is clear.
Yeah, being punched, very different than being spanked. Big differences in threat violence.
Yeah. And, like, being publicly shamed. Shamed.
Another thing I would say is, right, if I had a client like Paul, right, as a therapist, I'm I'm ethically inclined to give him something we call unconditional positive regard, which is regardless of anything that they've done, whatever story they're telling, right? I treat them where they're at, and I'm not sitting there saying, yeah, no, everything you've done is okay. I'm not there to like make them feel better about themselves. I'm there to help them fucking work on their problem. And at least as far as I've seen, it doesn't seem like the character is working on that problem.
I'll ask you this question, Brady, because I already have I can make a prediction as to where this is going to go. And it might be 5-hit or non-5-hit or whatever you guys want to call it, just based off of attachments or whatever. More than likely, he's still going to be down in the dumps, feeling himself out, because this is what narcissists tend to do, right? They tend to like, will me, until a friend comes over and it's like, hey, you're kind of fucking up, saying that the narrative have shifted again. Then he's going to go and try and hear his son out or something, or his son to explain the story all over again, fake laugh, try and get in good terms, and then like send him on his way or some fucking bullshit like that. Because a narcissist will quite literally plan out the social dynamics and the social areas in order for him to still be left being the good guy or being seen as the good guy in that.
Yeah, I expect this to be resolved in an extremely superficial and indirect way.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like in a realistic manner. So, like, if you have an argument with your son or something like that, I have a few. It takes days. It takes weeks to even sometimes come in through and cope with that and fully heal from it. So, if this is like resolved in this episode, yikes! That's the best way I can put it. You guys ready? Let's go.
Yeah.
そりゃ前提がおかしいぜ。あいつはな、あのスペルド族に護衛についてもらったんだ。俺じゃなくったって、まあ大陸縦断ぐらいできるさ。いや、できねえな。絶対にできねえ。じゃあなおさらじゃねえか。俺にできねえことをやった。天才だ。あいつは天才だ。能力のあるやつに期待するのは間違ってるが。
Nothing fucking pisses me off more than that shit, dude. Nothing pisses me off more than fucking that shit. Bro, you're talented.
Oh my god.
You're a talented Latina. Of course I'm expecting that of this. I'm not proud of you. You should do more. What are you talking about? You're a first generation student. Why haven't you gotten your doctorates yet? What's going on, huh? You're supposed to be a genius type of fucking mentality. This weird labels fucking shit that gets thrown out there.
Oh my god.
That's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, dude.
So stupid.
It's
like, why don't you focus on yourself? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Stop deflecting, stop being angry, whatever the fuck you're angry about. Putting it about me. I'm doing me. You don't have to be here. Like, stop fucking ruining my life. Like, just get the fuck out. That was just, like, it doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, this isn't just high expectations. This is like a whole, like, fucked up worldview.
This is antagonization.
Really?
That's what it is.
So here's my
antagonizing his son.
Here's my thing, Brady. In a realistic setting, do you think Paul is ready for accepting of change, like of trying to actually accommodate for Rudy? I don't think so. Not at all.
Absolutely not, because even if Rudy was achieving the kinds of things he's expecting from him, the goalposts would just move. Like, I can absolutely just see that. It's like,
yeah,
he would just say no. He's not achieving.
And as far as
what I expect
they say
from
that
him.
he's also drunk. No.
Don't
A sober man's thought is a drunk man's thoughts is a sober man's drunk man's words are a sober man's thoughts. That's what it is. Yeah. Like, dude, you just get more honest. Like, and the fact that he's saying this shit this is what he believes at its core.
Exactly.
He doesn't care.
But what
doesn't care. Unless he's blacked out, then like I don't know what the fuck happens. Like you just black out. But he's not blacked out. He's not.
No, and even when drinking all of this shit, if he's still having this argument even the day after, for me, this means that this is quite literally a schema that would take months for him to even try and accept, or try and move on. And that's even if he's willing to go to therapy or willing to do certain things like that.
Here's the problem. I'm not seeing any amount of self-reflection from this character. I'm not seeing any amount of challenging his own worldview, right? He's looking entirely externally at this situation, and he's not looking at all at the internal view and saying, like, there's no sense of him asking the question, perhaps is the idea I have flawed? Is it based on something that is not entirely representative of these other characters? If I'm unable to tap into the empathy that accesses my son's point of view, right? Like, It's clear he's not, because he just said, oh, I don't think he would be able to do that without someone else's help. There is not a single thought going through this guy's mind that demonstrates he is looking inward at all.
Actually,
and there is no amount. Honestly, you cannot do any psychological work. You cannot do any character building without looking inward. You fucking can't.
And here's my thing: is I hate that excuse. Well, you need other people to point out when you need internal work. That's fucking lie. You guys internalize what, like, you guys know already. For example, if you're anxious, you're depressed, you're like, man, why am I feeling so shitty? Guess why? Because you've already like internally done the work to be like, maybe I'm feeling shitty. Maybe I'm sleeping in a little too late. You start noticing all of these symptoms. Doesn't necessarily mean that you have to know exactly what the fuck is going on with you, but you start realizing that some things may be wrong, and you start acting according to try and better yourself subconsciously, or sometimes maybe not.
But no. I think they're saying it in a positive way. I think they're meaning like they're fighting for, like, these are what you're saying and pointing out is why we need therapists. To point it out, as in, like, that's why people should seek out therapists. But like in the anime, of course, there's no therapist in this thing. Like, there's no.
Like, do you honestly look at a character like Paul, and can you answer the question?
Cartoons, remember? So like,
does he have the tools, the mental faculties, the tool set to analyze himself? Have you seen a single moment from this character that demonstrated to you that he has the tool set to analyze his own actions? Because I haven't seen a moment like that.
That's my whole point, though, is even in being an adult, right? Because you don't even have to go that far into talking about actions and consequence, right? When you have sex and your partner gets pregnant, guess what? There's a lot of internalization that comes from that, because all of a sudden there's a shift in status from person to dad. Do you think he's done that? Or do you think he sees his kid as like an external representation of himself rather than an actual complete individual being?
I thought, isn't it harder for guys to form that bond? Like, for women, like, you literally have this child. So, like, of course the attachment is there, but, like, unless it's a girl, I think usually girls, don't they have, like, biologically... Like, that's why there's the sayings, daddy's girl and a mama's boy. Like, these are biological things we can't deny. So it's just, like... I don't know.
You guys want to continue?
I was getting into that.
Let's continue.
Yes.
Yeah.
すぐ後ろには守らなきゃいけねえ妹分。ルーデウスがいくら天才と言ったところで人には限界がある。ましてやあいつはまだ子供だ。じゃあお前の言うその限界ギリギリのやつがなんであんな楽しげに冒険の話を語んだよ。それはお前を心配させないためだろ。あ？なんであいつが俺の心配なんてしてんだ。俺がダメな親父だからか。そうだ。お前がダメな親父だからだ。そうかよ。そうだろうな。俺は酒に逃げちまうような弱い男さ。
Is he basically just admitting that he can't even read his own fucking child?
Yeah, essentially. And then he's trying to empathize or get some empathy out of it by saying that he's already internalized the situation.
He literally thinks, like, well, my child was enthusiastic about something, which means it must have been totally fine for him. Whereas, like, he can't understand that as that child's father, as a role model, he has done nothing but show that, like, basically being closed off is strength.
Yeah.
And he's expecting something different from his own child, who he probably taught that to. This is what I'm talking about by, like, completely lacking this skill set for self-reflection.
Yeah.
He's mad at his child for surviving.
Exactly.
Like, how could you be mad at that? You should be proud of that. You know you weren't in his life. So, like, why are you mad at that? The only reason you can be mad at that is because you're insecure. You're fucking insecure and narcissistic. And you're the victim for everything.
We talked about this character being narcissistic. And
he is. So the
here's the thing about narcissism, right? And people who have narcissistic personality disorder is that pride is, like, not in their verbal language, right? Like, the people who are narcissistic are compensating so drastically for their own lack of self-esteem that they have no ability to be proud of themselves, right? Just because someone's a narcissist doesn't mean that they love themselves. Okay, don't mistake that. Don't
They're
mistake
insecure as hell.
Yeah.
Insecure as hell.
The way they boast about themselves and tear everyone else down is not a reaction to pride in their own selves. It is like extremely low self-esteem that leads to that.
Yeah.
So they don't have a concept of being proud of themselves, and they are incapable of being proud of someone else. So tell me, what the fuck could this child do to make his father proud?
Nothing.
I don't think it could be anything.
Nothing.
I literally think it could be nothing.
Nothing.
But
Because he's not able to process what pride is, because he has none in himself and he has none for anyone else.
Well, one of the big things that I'm pointing out here is, it's essentially what he was saying. Oh, I could do this. I could do that. The way that he's trying to shift the narrative to another manipulator, because in previous episodes, this guy was clearly fucking like shit testing Rudius, right? Like in other scenarios, the guy that we have on screen that clearly like empathizes with Rudy and knows sort of what like happened over there, like bringing it up to Paul. You can clearly tell that he's trying to shift the narrative away, and quite literally by making it seem like self-reflection, like, oh, I'm a bad dad, that I've gone into alcoholism, that like I started to close myself off and shit like that. That's exactly what a narcissist does. They know the faults that they have, right? And then they bring him up in key moments to try and get empathy out of that and try and find a way to like revert the situation back onto like,
okay. So let's also distinguish though. There are narcissists who are people that only talk about themselves, and then there's narcissists that are antagonistic.
Yes.
And have to like go against someone else to like make it that they're the victim.
Yeah.
There's two different things, I would say, because like you have friends that could be narcissistic that are not antagonistic.
Don't confuse me saying that like people who are narcissistic have extremely low self-esteem, meaning that if you have low self-esteem, you are narcissistic.
No,
that is not what I'm saying.
All narcissists are insecure, though.
Narcissists are extremely insecure,
Yeah.
but they do not know that they are extremely insecure.
They don't know.
They think that they're experiencing like pride in themselves. But
some of them. I would say some of them. Some of them do, and some of them don't.
Yeah.
The ones that don't are the ones that are antagonistic. The ones that do are no. The ones that don't are the ones that are not antagonistic, and the ones that do are antagonistic.
Like just having self-esteem issues does not make you narcissistic. Like it's that compensation element where it's like, okay, my reaction to my low self-esteem is to try and bring anyone else around me down to my level, but it's never enough. That's the thing, is you can bring everyone down to the low level that you are really at, and it's never going to be enough, because external validation of your own lack of self-esteem does not lead to internal validation of your own like self-concept. It just doesn't. That's not how it works.
Shall we continue, guys? Oh, thanks for the follow, whoever followed.
Yeah. And I'll just say, if you're in this position and you are narcissistic, then learn. Just try to learn and be a better person. That's all you can do.
Yeah, or go to therapy. Either one,
Therapy, please.
別に天才じゃなくたって今のお前は哀れに見えるぜ、パウロ。
Here's a moment where he could self-reflect, and I don't have faith that he's going to.
せっかく父親と再会できたっていうのに、その父親は叫びたりのクズときたもんだ。こりゃ俺だったら縁を切るな。
What's his reaction going to be like? Is there any amount of self-reflection going on here?
いいじゃねえか。ルーデウスがどんな旅をしてきたって。
Actually, they're building it up.
Yeah.
Don't tell me gritting your fucking teeth is self-reflection. Like, I still don't see anything demonstrating that he has processed that information.
It's indicative. It's indicative in anime. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was about to say, I think this is setting up for exactly what I predicted at the very beginning, where they're going to use this gritting of teeth for him self-realizing and then calling Rudy over and having a conversation with him about his trip, and then like leaving at the end all happy but still kind of a scumbag dad. That's sort of what I'm saying.
Yeah. He's gonna have still a lot of work to do, but at least he's making an effort and he's showing he's redeeming himself. Like, because someone called him out. It happens all the time.
But that's not really
Because he can't end
self-reflection.
it like. No, it's not. It's not that thorough. It's not that
Right?
like quick. It's not that simple. It's sad, and a lot of people they go by this.
Guys, don't grit your teeth. That's not self-reflection in real life. That's just
No.
creepy.
You need to talk your problems out.
Is he gonna fucking speak to his son while he's unconscious and pretend like that's like actual communication? Anime moment.
The heebie-jeebies. Oh my gosh, I'm too drunk for this shit. Heebie-jeebies.
Bro, if he's having hallucinations, do you think that he might be never mind, I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I was like, if he's having auditory and visual hallucinations, we gotta talk about that some other time. I gotta bring up the DSM.
These are gonna be. This is his own like little self-reflection problem. This is the thing in anime. Like this is their like. Oh, I thought about it for a second, and then I feel bad, and then it's all good. But it's just like that's not how fast therapy. Like that's not therapy takes so much longer in real life.
Yeah,
like experiencing shame, right? Because that's what that little hallucination was suggesting, that perhaps he feels shame for the way his son has ended up, is not like healthy self-reflection. Okay, like all he's doing is, and if you point to this and say, oh, he's self-reflecting, he's feeling bad about the way his son has ended up, like this is a shame-oriented mode of self-reflection. Do you think that's fucking healthy? Okay, like it's not. All right, like integrating the way you see your son and like viewing his body as mangled is not the way you get to the root of the problem, which is like, you know, perhaps I should reflect on my own actions.
Yeah, it's just the anime trope because like they only have so many episodes to explain this shit. They gotta tie it up. I think we all understand like, ooh, that's the self-reflection grit. Like teeth of the teeth and the grit and the all that shit. You know? Like it's good though.
What kind of healthy self-reflection am I suggesting? I'm talking about like actual internal dialogue, where you sit down and you fucking talk to yourself and you ask questions. And you ask questions like, what is the pattern of my behavior that has led to this? Was there a moment where I could have made a different decision? Would that different decision represent me, right? Like, you need to get cognitive behavioral with this, because you can't just go cognitive and go down the path of shame, right? And you can't just get behavioral and like discipline yourself into doing something different without understanding the reason you need to make that behavioral shift.
Yeah. All I gotta say about this is like, it sounds really fucking weird, whatnot, but like already seeing how the first couple of episodes were and seeing sort of how the future of this might end up being is essentially like, oh yeah, you know what? I don't think, you know, as much as he's trying to find his family, I think more than likely his kid's going to end up finding his family and sending it to him. And then at the very end, he's probably going to have to make a sacrifice to redeem himself as a character. That's more than likely the way that this show's probably going.
And like the budget constraints and like rush to market is the reason to truncate a story and say, well, if they had more time to write this fucking story, it would have been better, is not a good excuse for what I'm watching.
What, did they try justifying something? Like, because like...
Yeah, I mean, they're saying like, oh, there's not enough time in the anime to fully explore these things. And it's like, well, then you're not telling the fucking story.
Mm-hmm. But
like, I don't care what the visual novel or the light novels say. Like, this is its own narrative product.
Right.
And if it's skipping over things because it doesn't have the time, then it's clearly not placing importance on those things it's skipping over.
You know what I'm glad about, though? That it's not a fucking school anime. Because like almost almost every fucking like fantasy is like a school anime nowadays, and it's like, please, dude, please, like, move on.
I like something different. It's just like, there's tropes. They've been they've done. Like, please be a little bit different.
Right.
No, I agree with you, Saturnius. You know, like I don't think it's doing a great job of that either.
But anyway, are you guys ready? Let's continue. Let's go. Oh no.
そいつの父親だ。なんだ、女の後ろなんかに隠れやがって。随分と色男じゃねえか。
He realized in the morning that he's fucked up and he's gonna go and talk to him. Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, what's the fucking problem behind hiding behind a woman? Like, is there nothing this guy does that
He's
just
not even hiding, he's just
a
sitting
complete
there.
piece of shit?
Bruh, and my big thing is you can see Rudius's reaction. He's like terrified of his dad being there for a second. Like, come on, dude. Come on. It's been one fucking day.
His view of women is clearly that they're just like inferior to the masculine form.
Oh, here comes the talk. Everything's gonna get magically better, bro. One talk.
Yeah, because that's how relationships work. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck am I watching now?
I'm so traumatized, dude.
Yeah. Quite literally saying the things to appease the abuser. Happens in domestic violence situations, man. Yeah. It happens a lot. Like, people will internalize being hit or being yelled at for a long while, not oftentimes.
That's someone that's been abused.
Yeah. You'll tend to do shit like this. As someone that was in a relationship where
yeah, like for those of you who really aren't aware, no, this isn't. Yes, it is very realistic because it is completely fucked up. All right, like I can't even tell you how many times I have seen the victims of abuse use that exact language and say, "No, you don't need to apologize. It's me that needs to apologize."
Yep.
Okay. Again, not critiquing the writing of the show or the quality of it. I'm talking about the characters here. When I say, what the fuck am I watching? And I'm watching a child justify...
Like, how dare he?
Like, justify their parents' abuse of them. Yeah, that's a lifelong experience of abuse.
Yeah.
Like, that is fucked up. And there's nothing you can tell me that is going to say, like, oh, no, this is just two people talking and... You know, it's totally justified for Rudy to be saying this.
Yep. I sort of know where this is going to go. He's probably going to... Because apologies, first off, if you really mean them, they're great. But if you come to the realization overnight and, like, you're trying to, like, change this narrative around, that's kind of fucking sus, dude. Like, actions speak louder than words in certain situations. That's the best way I can put it. Anyway.
Oh, boo fucking who.
Right? It's like, it's an overnight shift, Brady. Can't you see his eyes shaking? Oh, well, you have to empathize with him at this point. The dad is suffering through a child's perspective, Brady. How can you say boo fuck? Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go.
If he's a true narcissist, they can do this all the time. They don't care. They'll do what they need to do so they can get what they want. And they can cry all they want.
Yeah, they can cry.
It's easy for them. Whether they say it's not, they can do it so many times. It's just... But we'll see. We'll see if he redeems himself.
I don't think that... he's not redeemable in one night or a couple nights. You know, because...
Oh, no.
I saw...
No, by the end of the series, I mean, if you tell... I don't know.
And if he's
probably going to be some bullshit, like he'll sacrifice his life for his child, like...
Or someone like he cared about, like his wife or something like that. That's not redeemable in any way, shape, or form. I don't think it is. What about you, Brady?
Like, honestly, like that's the kind of shit I see a show like this trying to pull, where it's like the character is going to try everything he can to, you know, work within his means to get Rudy's affection back, but like narcissists don't see that as, oh, I actually want to make my son feel better. It's, I need to clear my own reputation here. It's like, Paul does not see this as, oh, this is for the benefit of my son's mental health. What he sees this as is, oh, I look like a shitty father. How can I make myself not feel like a shitty father? It has nothing to do with Rudy's mental health or his own personal growth. It has only to do with this internal desire to not feel like a piece of shit. And I think that that's what self-sacrifice, that's what's leading to self-sacrifice, is this, like, I don't know, sad moment where, gosh, you know, I wasn't able to be a good father, but I can give up my life as the ultimate, you know, testament to your own life and that kind of shit. And it's like, that's what I see this leading to, and it feels totally unjustified.
One of the
depending on, oh sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'll go after you.
Depending on your personality, I would say that for some, if he does die, and in order to give the other person a chance to live in a situation where they may have died, then that is redeeming in itself. Like, I don't care if you're a narcissist. Sometimes people are narcissistic. Like, you know, it happens. But if it's gonna traumatize you because someone died for you, then that's fucked up. And if they use it because they know they can do it, then that's fucked up.
Does that absolve?
All that's gonna do is make the kid feel guilty for the
yeah. So it depends on what their intention is behind it. If he does die, I would say that's the only thing that they could do to make it be like that. Kind of thing,
here's my thing, and I'm completely, because it doesn't absolve the nature of what he's done, right? I.e., he essayed someone who later on turned into his maid, right? With his wife, he then cheated on his wife while she was pregnant with the maid that he had essayed and got her pregnant as well, right? He doesn't give a fuck about his son. Yeah, he's a straight up scumbag. Both. But at the end of the day, you know, if he does end up, like, because this is sort of where the character is leading, if he does end up sacrificing himself, I'm not going to see that as just quite literally a push. Character to like, a sacrifice will quite literally just be like a push for Rudy to, like, hey, don't do what I've done. I did my best, you know, your dad had flaws and, like, he died for you or some stupid shit like that, you know?
No, I hope he doesn't, because that's just holding trauma over him, and that's just like, no, you're fucking asshole.
Right. Oh, his previous life. Okay.
What is this? Is this Paul's previous life?
No,
was he also an isekai?
He was a NEET. He was a NEET.
No, this is Rudy's. The kid.
That's Rudy who just stood up?
Yeah. Talk about drama, dude.
You should have gone to go see him.
Yeah. In that way as well, because, like, being bullied, right? Tied up the way that he was, being taken. What was that, Rosie? Sorry, your mic.
Oh, I said he fucked up. He needs to repair it. Like, he knew he fucked up, like, the way he did it. So, like, he should have gone out of his way to try to at least extend a hand. And if it didn't work, it didn't work. But, like, try.
Well, my whole thing is, like, at least it shows, it, like, kind of shows a steady progression for Rudy, that he's been bullied before. He's been, like, you know, not SA'd essentially, because at that point, like, if his clothes were completely taken off and people literally, like, bandaged him up to a gate and took pictures of him, that's like revenge porn type shit, dude.
That's traumatizing.
That's traumatizing. Like, fuck, dude. And then just falling into this circle again with this scumbag of a dad.
Yeah, victims of abuse often justify their abuser.
Yep.
This is sick. This is fucking sick.
Yeah, this is pretty bad.
Yeah, let's pretend it never happened. Great fucking way to move past this whole
ordeal. This is the worst way to parent.
And of course he's gonna fucking take it. They're gonna act like they're good father-son combo, aren't they? Oh god. Oh god.
Oh.
Yikes.
This is anime.
They resolved it in one episode.
This is anime. A hug and the look of like, oh my gosh.
Brady, you seem
I'm
like you have a
stunned.
lot to say. Brady, you seem like you have a lot to fucking say.
I'm like speechless, dude. This is sickening. This is honestly sickening to watch. Because
well, also like they're very pacifist. This is Japan's a pacifist country. Like this is a thing. This is not surprising in a way.
it's like this is like call fucking CPS and put the father in fucking jail.
Yeah.
Level of like you are clearly abusing your child.
Yeah, because I mean, victim mentality immediately trying to shift the narrative, and people saying like, "Oh, this is a flaw in his thinking." No, this is quite literally what victim mentality is like, and that doesn't mean that it's a flaw. It quite literally just means that sometimes you need to slowly take off the blinders that are happening, because as a victim, you will put on blinders because you don't want to disrupt the flow as to what love can be like. So.
You just want things to be okay, so you'll do whatever you can to just move past it and not have to worry about it anymore. Like because you're just traumatized.
People who are victims of abuse are the people who are unable to see that they are being abused, right? Like they are also in this in almost a reverse way as the like kind of narcissistic person who is the abuser. They're unable to like integrate their abuser as someone who is trying to harm them. Like they justify it and say that, oh, whatever actions they did were actually meant to strengthen our relationship. They just didn't land correctly. And that's exactly what Rudy just said. He just said like, oh, Paul came to talk to me in his own way. Yeah. Which is, something that my old friend in my past life didn't do. And it's like, that is classical abuse victim mentality. Because like, Edgar, what do you do when you have a client and you're sort of probing for history of abuse? What kind of questions do you ask them? What kind of keywords and key phrases do you hear from them that tell you this person has been abused? Because it's not likely that that client is going to tell you, yeah, I'm a victim of abuse, if they're actually being one. Mm-hmm. They don't understand that.
Majority of the time, I'll be honest, especially in relationships, it was like, for example, one of the most common ones that happened recently was like, oh yeah, you know what? It's just, we had to have sex all the time, right? And I was like, wait, what are you talking about? They're like, oh no, he's the greatest. My family doesn't like him, but he's absolutely the greatest. He's always there for me. And like, even, I don't know. It's just, I have a hard time getting lubricated for sex. And it's like, because you don't want to have sex? It's like, no, it's not that. It's just, I have a low libido compared to him. And like, they kept justifying and trying to make him, this individual, the greatest. And I'm like, wait, what? And at the end of the day, you found out, for example, something very similar to this, where they were like, oh yeah, no, he hugged me and that made my entire week. He cares about me. Genuinely does. Even when he puts his hands on me, even when I come here with the black eye. And it's like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, like people who are victims of abuse, they tend to integrate everything that the person who's abusing them has done as a flaw of their own.
Yeah.
Right? That's why Rudy was saying things like, oh, I shouldn't have reacted that way. Actually, things are so much easier for me now than they were for Paul when I was his age in my past life, right? Like, that's what they do. They take on all of the abuser's transgressions as flaws of their own self. And it's exactly like Edgar is saying, where it's like, oh, I can't be lubricated for sex, but it's like, maybe it's just because you aren't actually attracted to that person and that's not something you want to do. But like the way the abuser would communicate it and the way that the abuse victim is going to integrate it is going to be to see it as a flaw of their own self.
Well, my big thing is I bet you normal people look at the scene and they're like, oh my God, Rudy's being so mature and he's stepping up and he's allowing the arena for this type of healing to happen. No, this is not allowing for healing to happen. This is quite literally allowing the cycle to continue, because more than likely he's going to fuck up again. It's not a question of like, what time he's going to fuck up, but when. Like, it might be today too.
Here's my question for you, chat, and for Rosie and Edgar. What is the lesson that Paul is going to learn from this? How is he going to integrate this experience into the next time he is challenged in his own parenting and in his view of Rudy or someone else? What is the key thing that you think he is going to learn from this?
Nothing, because he hasn't.
In this specific one, this anime,
this particular scene.
He probably won't. He'll probably just be like, "Oh, I fucked up. I need to move forward," and that's it. Like that's literally how they resolve it in like the animes usually.
But my thing is, in a realistic,
if his pattern wouldn't do anything.
Yeah, in a realistic setting, he's not the one that came to this conclusion, to this ending, to this resolution. So he hasn't learned anything. Rudy was the one that came to this conclusion, this ending, this resolution.
He's the one like, I'm extending my hand, I'm accepting you, versus, oh, I'm sorry for what I did. How can I make it up to you because I wronged you as a father?
And what is Rudy learning in this situation? Because to me, it sounds like, look, I'm as a person who is a victim of abuse in Rudy's case, where it's like, oh, my main objective here is to avoid like more trauma in this relationship. Mm-hmm. So if I can get out of that by appealing to the narcissism of my abuser and apologize to him, give him the hug that he thinks, is going to absolve all these things, that's the way for me to get out of this, right? Like, this is a scared child who is trying to understand, how do I get out of being in this situation? Well, I have to capitulate myself to the worldview of my abuser, who just wants me to be a child who says, yeah, I have it so easy, and yeah, I'm a genius, and I can live up to all of your expectations and these sorts of things. So Rudy is also learning that he has to completely compromise on his own experience and diminish himself, lower himself, say that actually, no, nothing I've been through has been that bad, just to appease the weird narcissistic worldview of his abuser, just to move on to the next day. It's fucking sickening.
It is sickening. It is really sickening. Here's the thing, though, because there are people, I bet you people are already like, is this a cultural thing? You're not going to understand it. It's a Japanese, Eastern Asian cultural thing. And here's the thing. We keep advancing towards a more like empathetic state overall, like the one that we tend to gain new technology, new understandings, and like shorten or like have our family unit become smaller. Because before, even in Mexico, we used to have 13, 14, 15 kids, and it's hard to manage all of that. But like, when the families keep coming shorter and shorter, and there's more of an understanding as to how to process emotions, how to be good to your kids, how to enable them like a true and like utter, like, I don't know how to put it, like environment for their success. What you start seeing is like situations like this become a lot less and less common. So if you're going to be like, oh, it's an Eastern Asian thing, no, I don't think so. I think that even in Japan, there's still a lot of families. The healthy family unit is still pretty much there. What you're saying, though, is quite literally a look into back in the time, like medieval times, where people would quite literally not give a shit and like hurt one another and do certain things because there was no understanding of that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, it's either one, that the author doesn't know how to write about like real resolution, because you have a lot of like anime and manga that do write really good resolutions between the characters, where it's like maybe you don't agree with it, but it was the best decision that could have been possible for both of them. Or you have the ones where it's like it is a cultural thing, but like it's also not. Like, I mean, there's just yeah.
I had a question. Do you think Paul was an abusive father before he sent? Yeah, absolutely. I.e., having no boundaries, like essentially having sex out in the open to where your kid can hear you having sex and walk in and see you at any point in time. Guess what? That is actually a form of abuse, because you're showing no boundaries and you're exposing them to sexology or the actions of sex at an early age when they can't comprehend. That's how you get a hypersexual drive. When they start being able to control who you can and can't be friends with, right? So on and so forth. He might have some actions where he enabled Rudy to go ahead and like, i.e. defend himself or certain actions like that. But when you talk about like those specific scenes, like especially when it comes to sexuality, you can trace a lot of that to them having no boundaries. And again, as I said, that is a form of abuse. Weren't they just having sex inside their room, though? They're leaving the door open, though? Hearing it every night, though? To the point where it's obnoxious?
You can hear that shit.
Yeah.
You can hear that shit. And you, like, remember that shit.
Also,
like,
yes. Also, slapping him to defend himself when he was a kid? That's all abuse, dude.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah.
Wait, let me stop. Masha Tank, you can't say that when Rudy saw Roxy masturbating because the door was open, taking a peek inside of the parents' room. That means that the door is not locked. There's nothing protecting the door is open. In that case, guys. Come on.
I guess what they saying in like back in the days they didn't have locks, maybe, I don't know.
But even then, like you put something up against the door or like, you know, you wait till the kid's asleep before you fucking ravage each other.
This is pathetic.
He literally repeated what the other guy said.
He shouldn't have said sorry that last time. He shouldn't have. But of course, if he's been bullied, of course he's gonna be the one to apologize at the end. He has to say the apology at the very end.
He just repeated what the other guy told him. Nothing of that.
Yeah, I am fucking pissed because like the narrative language that this story is using is like that this is a resolution scene, right? That this is a coming together of characters who are both flawed and complex on their own sides, but like, dude, this is like the fucking abuse playbook. I've had like, you know, clients who come into sessions and you don't understand how much work it is just to get them to understand that they are in an abusive relationship.
Yeah. Yeah.
They don't necessarily come in and understand that, right? Like it is very rare for you to have a client who comes in and says, I am in a abusive relationship. Like it's imperceptible a lot of times to them, right? Like it's really not as clear cut as it might seem for a psychologist to unravel that this is even going on. Right? We have to do a lot of probing. We have to do a lot of exploration into past relationships, what their, you know, what their environment is like. All of these things to just even understand that this is what your client is going through. Because guess what? All along the way, as you're exploring this topic with them, they're the ones, your client is going to be the one putting up the roadblocks and saying, no, actually, I'm not in an abusive relationship because he does X, Y, Z for me. No, he can't be abusing me because he, you know, always compliments me when I do this. Like, they'll come up with 1,001 reasons to justify what their partners are doing. So, like, it is very hard to even get to the therapeutic point where you are talking openly about an abuse scenario where you and your client are on the same page with that.
Well,
it is a lot of work to get there. And this show is trying to suggest that all of that is transparent between these two characters, and they just resolved it in one fucking day. I'm sorry, but fuck no.
Right. And it's completely unrealistic in that sense. Like, in entirety. My big thing is, yeah, Rudy is a very traumatized kid. He has a very traumatized past. Going into this, no boundaries, that makes you even more traumatized. And even with the actions of, like, for example, his parents didn't give a fuck, right? So he's more than likely willing to do a lot of fucking mistakes, right? And not be fucking, like, troubled for it. But yet he still is holding on to some sense of morality, at least from his past that he's trying to grow from. So you got to even clap that. Like, this is like a huge redemption story for Rudy and himself to overcome sort of the domestic abuse or abuse in general that's coming from his father, right? The abuse that society has placed on him and his own personal schemas that he's looked up on himself. So this is a big story for Rudy. For Paul, no. There's absolutely nothing in it for him at this moment, you know?
I come back to the question of, like, what are the two characters going to learn from this? What are they going to carry forward psychologically the next time that they have a problem? Because you're fucking lying to yourself if you think that this is an actual resolution and that this exact same thing isn't going to happen again, but worse. And what do you think their ability to process that situation is going to be like? oh, let's put another fucking Band-Aid on it. Let's do what Rudy says and just pretend like it didn't happen. I'll just act like a happy child
They'll say that all the time.
Who is just happy to see my estranged father. And as a father, all I have to do is apologize and all is well. I'm sorry, but like the relationship does not stop existing when the show is over. Like these are characters who are going to have to deal with each other for the rest of their fucking lives. And you think that this little interaction is going to be enough to resolve the kind of intergenerational trauma that these characters have experienced and are enacting upon each other? Like, I'm sorry, that's just not how it's going to work.
But and I'm even gonna throw this out there, right? Because nobody else is discussing this shit. People watch anime. Anime reactors literally watch the anime. They do so again, silly fucking faces, right? The audience claps. They're like, "Oh, they reacted that way to my favorite scene." They learn fucking nothing, and they take it in. They're like, that is a phenomenal scene. I absolutely love it. That's how father and son should be. They literally get that off of a lot of the fucking reactors.
This is very different from that. Yeah, like normal anime reviews will be like, "Oh, that was faithful to the anime," or like, "This is what they did better than like because of the company or whatever that directed." This is very different because you're like, no, that wouldn't fucking stand in reality. This fucking no.
I would say I don't give a fuck what happens in the novel version because I'm not reading the novel. I'm watching an anime now, right? And the story that's being told in front of me is that this was an overnight thing, right? Wow, what self-reflection. He literally looked at himself in a puddle. Like, okay, I understand the visual reference. I understand the metaphor. Like, so fucking what? Like, looking at your own face in a goddamn puddle, right, as opposed to a mirror. A puddle doesn't show you the exact thing. It shows you a distorted version of that. I understand what I'm supposed to be looking at. I understand the visual metaphor. I understand the language of the story being told and what the subtext is telling me about the story. And I guess what? I'm not fucking buying it. Okay, I'm not buying that this character has actually changed over fucking night. I don't give a fuck what the novel says. This is what I'm watching. This is what I'm being exposed to.
How dare they motherfuckers? How dare they try to explain that it doesn't overnight?
How dare they suggest that I need to see the character literally see himself in a fucking reflection for me to understand that he is reflecting? Like, Jesus fucking Christ, have we moved nowhere in the sphere of like writing intelligently? Like, that's just treating me like I'm a fucking idiot. Like, I just don't fucking get it.
Am I an idiot to you? Am I an idiot? Do I look like an idiot?
Do I look like I don't fucking get what that is trying to suggest to me? Because I have been sitting here saying that this character has zero capacity for self-reflection. Okay? Bro. Looking at yourself in a puddle and saying, maybe I have the wrong idea about this, is not self-reflection. And don't you fucking think that all you have to do is grit your teeth and look at yourself in the mirror to understand what kind of piece of shit you are if you're the kind of person in this situation.
How dare you think that is enough to satisfy all those years of pain and torture? How dare you?
I hope you know how
You know what self-reflection looks like? A long fucking time spent analyzing yourself. Okay? It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen over a weekend or even a month. All right? It takes years of self-reflection to really understand the trauma you've enacted upon other people, especially your fucking child, right? How many parents have you spoken to, Edgar, who are still unable to really even quantify what role they had in their own parenting style, right? The number one thing you hear from parents is that they basically were working off of intuition. No parent has a fucking playbook about how to raise a child. No parent is sitting there saying, oh, I did this because of this reason, right? Like, almost 100% of them are going off intuition, and they're just kind of like making it up as they go along. Because no one knows how to be a parent before they are one.
We don't have a manual to life.
But a majority of parents
try, but we don't know.
Yeah, majority of parents struggle to understand and even trying to empathize with their kids in that regard, especially in domestic abuse situations and actually trying to, like, for example, if say that there was a dad that abused a family, right? Mom trying to fully empathize and trying to maintain, for example, one, getting therapy and family therapy and all of that's hard enough already, right? But trying to maintain that balance, trying to maintain the balance of like having your kid there and 1,001 things.
Bro, what should have happened in this scene to be resolved? YouTube Frog has it right. Paul should have been fucking in prison right now.
In prison,
and he should be
by CPS, yep.
He should be absolutely unable to speak to his child because he should be in fucking prison. Like, honestly, what do you think? Nothing can resolve this because the character clearly has no capacity for self-reflection and no capacity for empathy.
Well, really
like,
quick,
the way they have suggested that this has been resolved is honestly fucking pathetic as an understanding of how like human behavior and actual psychology works.
Here's my thing, Dark Thug. If you think I'm projecting onto you guys, it's pretty fucking hilarious because Brady's already saying the exact same fucking thing. Which kind of shows that we've been fucking, like, you know, we're hitting the same exact points over and over. Rosie's fucking in here too, hitting the same fucking points as we are.
I don't think it's that he's projecting, it's that it's just that you feel very strongly because you've seen it. Yeah. I think we can feel more passionate because we see it and it's frustrating to see it.
And I'll say again, me saying that this is a pathetic representation of psychology is not to say that it is a poorly written show or something, because guess what? People in real life don't know how to deal with these things, and they do act like this. In fact, I think this is a very accurate representation of the flaws and the ways abusive relationships carry on. Because if we were to see, like, what should actually happen, we wouldn't even be watching this scene right now. Like, this is a scene of characters who are just continuing to perpetuate the abusive relationship, because guess what? That's what fucking happens in real life.
Right. But really quick, Wadybot, thank you so much for coming into the chat, spreading your positivity. I saw your messages telling us that we hope that, like, we have a great night and that our dreams are achieved, and like it was a bunch of positivity. Yeah, thanks for self-care bombing us in that way. We really, really appreciate it. I don't think
so. Dark Thug, why can't Paul be in fucking prison? Even just forget this shit with Rudy. Rudy doesn't exist. Okay, what about his essay on these other characters? Like, does he not deserve to be in fucking prison just for that?
Okay, wait, but I will say this with Dark Thug as far as this, as someone that studies organized crime and incarceration, okay? Yeah, no, incarceration doesn't always work. Like, what they do, the better studies have shown that people, like, for example, say they're rapists, right? Or say, you know, abusers. They have these communities where they, like, kind of, like, keep each other in check because they know that it's an addiction. You know, the ones, but I mean, obviously there's some people that are bad and you have to deal with that a certain way, but a lot of people are just don't have the right resources to communicate or work through their problems before they're sent to jail. You know, it's just a lot of things that hasn't happened. So incarceration and putting them with other people that are more dangerous just makes them more anxious. So we gotta do a lot of more checks and balances so that people are getting treated for this stuff properly, so that they're not just further traumatized and get this problem not resolved.
Can I just allow Edgar to say something, because I'm seeing him like lose his fucking mind on the stream.
Yeah, Brady, you just hit on something that connected so many fucking dots for me, and it's gonna sound fucking silly, right? But what if Brady just hit on something? He just said a statement that connected so many dots for me, and it's fucking funny because, like, this might be fucking 7 head or 8 head or 9 head, but what if Rudy doesn't exist? Now, quite literally, I know you guys are like, are you fucking high, right? But, like, in the terms of parenting, right? Or, like, so, in case you guys don't know, or you guys don't know this because it wasn't shown, there's a god in this fucking anime, right? And the gods call in Rudy from time to time, or God, rather, will say it, calls in Rudy from time to time, and he's, like, present in his own self, like, old self, and the god told him, I wasn't the one that brought you here. You're not, like, kind of like you're not even supposed to be here. So now I'm even questioning if Rudy's even supposed to be alive at this moment, man. You said that and it just connected so many fucking things, and I can't properly explain this right now because, like, my words are all jumbled up.
Some animes do have this kind of conspiracies, though. Like, that's why I like Umi Neko, because there's a weird conspiracy like this. So it could be possible.
Yeah.
Could be possible. I haven't seen the rest of the series, but it could be possible.
My brain's just like, maybe they weren't ready to be parents just at that time when Rudy was born, because they're definitely, I guess, better parents to the other two. But I don't know, man. I don't know.
Is that the theory? Is that the theory I'm throwing out there, that Rudy doesn't exist?
Yeah, well, that you threw that out there and it connected so many dots for me that I'm like, fuck it, dude, we'll make it a theory. All right, Brady, we in on this? Rudy doesn't exist. Rudy doesn't exist, guys. All right, that's the point.
He doesn't exist.
Well, Rudy wasn't meant to exist. How about that? That's the real purpose. All right, let's continue.
Oh shit.
Yeah, bro.
Who is this character?
The girl that it's the girl that it's Eris. It's the girl that he got like teleported with to the other continent. He came back with protecting.
Yeah, she's fucking based. She's the only real fucking character in this whole show right now. In this scene.
Who cares about him?
Based characters.
Such a bullshit like commentary. Oh, we're only human.
Right.
As if assuming that every human starts with the same baseline morality, which they fucking don't. Because it completely
He could have
ignored.
been like, I fucked up,
like,
I'm gonna make it up.
That's an argument for like purely nature-based human development, and has nothing to, and completely ignores nurture, right? Oh, by nature we're all born the same way. We're all human. We all make mistakes. No, fuck that. Like nature and nurture, they have a harmony. You know, the way you are brought up, the way your human development progresses, has almost as much or even more to do with your morality system. So if you ever hear someone say that and reduce a conflict to, well, we're only human and we're equally capable of making mistakes, no, you are fucking not.
But it's
like some people are clearly more prone to making mistakes than others.
Right. But my big thing is a lot of people tend to find any fucking quote or theory out there, even if they don't know it, just like another anime did when they started throwing out the Barnum effect and stupid psychological theories without really knowing what they mean, just to justify
people like to name drop, label drop.
Exactly.
It's like, no, do you even know what that means? Please know what it means before you drop anything. Otherwise, you just look stupid.
But anyway, all right, let's continue. We're almost at the end.
Eris is a fucking realist out here.
Right?
Yeah, no shit. She'd be, of course, we get teleported. Your whole world is gone.
Is this the only female presence in his life right now?
Currently, yeah, but there are other people, like other female presences that come by, like strong female presences actually, that are just as based or more based. Okay, I was like, is that the ending? Fuck. I told you this is how the episode was gonna go. I was right, dude. I was fucking right.
Right, so Paul's only understanding of what he's done wrong had to be literally delivered to him in dialogue by another character.
Yeah.
Who was completely uninvolved in their relationship, but was able to identify all of the problems in that relationship. Yep. Like, what a fucking pathetic character he is.
Yeah, change does not happen that quickly. Even in a week or 2 weeks, I'm sorry. Change does not happen that quickly, guys.
I don't like the message that this is sending about this situation.
No, I feel like there's other, like, if they would have done it, like, throughout the series, it takes time. Like, I'm thinking back to specifically because I've been rewatching Inuyasha a lot, but, like, Inuyasha did it over the span of, like, 8 seasons, where Sesshomaru went from hating Inuyasha's guts to, like, actually just being, like, okay with him and not harming him. Like, you know, these things take time. People take time to need to learn lessons, and it's just, like, one episode? Nah.
Right. That's what I was saying. I was like, nah, one episode, that's extremely unrealistic. No, Saturnius, I still think that his friend is even, like, he does a lot of typical manipulator tactics, and that's not going to go away from it in the previous episodes. So I still have my suspicions on him, extreme suspicions on him. Just because it wasn't shown this episode probably doesn't mean it's not going to get revealed later on. That's just the way it works. But what I was going to say is, yeah, guys, I was fucking right. And in case you guys were like, oh yeah, maybe you're too right sometimes, guys, when you do this for a living, quite literally like therapy and seeing cycles and seeing just cyclical events and shit like that, you're able to pinpoint a lot of shit. Like, yeah,
let's
quickly.
let's give them a bit of theory here, because a lot of people are going to be they're going to be fucking YouTube comments about this saying, oh, it's an anime and they don't have time to show all of the steps between these characters doing these things. Let's talk about stages of behavioral change here. Okay, this is how any change in actual behavior needs to happen. Is you tend to go through a stage of pre-contemplation, which is like you're completely unaware of the problem. It's pre-contemplation. You're not even contemplating it.
Yeah.
Then you move on to contemplation, where it's like you're aware of the problem and the desired behavioral change, but you're not acting on it yet. Then you move up to preparation, which is like you haven't changed anything yet, but you're sort of preparing to. You move on to action, which is like practicing the behavior that you're actually trying to change. And then you move on to maintenance, which is like you maintain that behavior, right? And it's not a ladder that you just go up and you reach the top and you're done. Like, you tend to go up and down on these sorts of things, right? Like, just think of any fucking relationship issue with your parents or with your friends. Like, these things don't just happen overnight. They don't happen over weeks. Like, for me, it looks like Paul is in a constant stage of pre-contemplation where he's completely unaware of the problem, and he briefly steps into contemplation where he's aware of the problem, and he's aware of the desired behavioral change, right? Like, that's what you get when he's like looking at his puddle and he's like, oh, maybe I need to change. And it's like, yes, he's contemplating it, but there was no stage of preparation.
Mm-hmm.
There was no action phase, and there was no maintenance phase, because guess what? The action came entirely from Rudy, his abuse victim, who basically handed him a free ticket to absolve him of all of the things he did wrong, right? There's no actual like preparation, action, maintenance of a change of behavior. It's like he was just handed the solution, basically.
Mm-hmm. Here's my big thing, guys. Just because you reach maintenance does not mean you end. There's still a lot of work to do, even at maintenance, because you have to sustain that behavior and you have to keep those principles in place. That's why relapse happens, guys. That is quite literally why people that do like Alcoholics Anonymous and like are hard into substances, like they might go through the entire program, feel good, and then if they don't keep up with, say, support networks or programs that are genuinely there to help them, oftentimes they'll relapse because of the stress, the environment that they're going back out into still hasn't changed. So they're going into that environment that is quite literally still there, and they're not prepared for it because they stop caring about their natural support or their groups or social workers or whoever's there to help them out. So it'll happen. Now, is that a reason to judge people that are suffering through like substance abuse or anything like that? No, right? But is it to judge someone like through in a narcissistic perspective, right, who quite literally is doing this through domestic abuse and not really realizing that this generational cycle, right, of change is being caused because they're not even prepared to reach other stages, right? And a lot of people know that they have to change, but they're not willing to change, right?
Yeah, I mean, it really is like you don't jump from pre-contemplation, contemplation, right to action.
Right.
There was no phase of preparation here where it's like, I'm considering all of the factors in this situation. And no, I don't think that it's like, oh, Rudy stunted his growth by, intervening. It's just like Paul was given an easy way out so that he didn't have to do any of the behavioral change himself.
Exactly. But overall, I think, and yes, I did put it on the screen because I was like, people need to see that we're not just fucking talking out of our ass when it comes to these cycles. I think it's awesome that we're actually being able to talk so much about all of this and talk about like the good and the bad aspects that are being interpreted here or they're being shown. Because as I said, normies will look at scenes like this and be like, oh, that's perfectly fine. What a good resolution. Wow, they hugged it out. They were sent on each other's way. What a good journey. What a good connecting point. Like, a lot of normie people will not take it through and try and break it down or know the the cycles that like domestic violence people might fall into, or people that aren't really ready to make a change. So
yeah, and can I just also make a comment that apologies are not resolution?
yep.
Okay, all an apology is acknowledgement of a problem and that you're involved in that problem. Simply apologizing to someone is not a resolution, right? Like, it is just verbal acknowledgement that you are, you know, that you recognize there's a problem and that you play some role in it. That is all an apology is. That does not count long-term relationship-wise as actual resolution.
They're just still words. They're not actual actions. You haven't put into action what you're actually sorry for and showing, demonstrating that you are gonna learn from your actions and put it into act. It's just it's so different. You can apologize as many times as you want. It's the same shit.
With that being said, how should they act normal? I'll tell you what. If you're 18, I'm gonna give you guys some fucking piece of advice. If you're over the age and say that you're living alone, if you're in a situation like this with your parents, with anybody, you have the capability and the power to not talk to them, not see them again, not do whatever. You can distance yourself, and don't think that just because you're family, you always have to be in contact. Family or individuals that you want in your close group should have this, like, you have control over the people that have direct access to you. And that's up to you to decide who has that access to you. The best way I can put it. So,
yeah, I mean, like, realistically, how should they act? Rudy should say, like, I'm going to distance myself from you, and I don't think we should communicate more until you do more work on yourself. And honestly, Paul should be in fucking jail or prison or whatever the fuck they have in this, medieval anime world. And Rudy should have nothing to do with him and move on with his fucking life.
There you go.
Spin facts.
But with that being said, thank you guys so much for joining us on here. And for the YouTube comments, I'm excited to see what you guys put.
Were there comments already on the newest one? Or the one from yesterday?
Oh, well, I haven't put it on YouTube just yet. I'm actually behind on that.
Okay.
But when we get there,
We're getting deleted before we see them.
Yeah, but when we get there,
damn.
I'll tag you guys when I upload it, and that way you guys get to be like some of the first to see like how fucking moldy it gets. Anyway,
it'll be interesting.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. With that being said, all right, I'm gonna call this a night for myself because I have to wake up early. Have a client quite early in the morning. I got a confirmation email, and I was like, God. Brady, thanks so much.
I need like 2 days of
rest,
just actually sleeping now.
Same.
You got to catch up. Yeah. Today was like I'm gonna chill after today for 2 days. That's a good amount.
Same here.
That work.
By the way, guys, please follow Rosie and the incredible Brady as well. Both of them are doing such a fantastic job joining us here. Anime reaction. We'll probably do the same over on Rosie's channel whenever she wants to do an anime react. We'll jump on over there.
Oh, dude. Yeah, I'd be down. I'd be very interested to see how you guys react to maybe an anime that I love, or I don't know, just a different one.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm not watching the rest of the show on my own stream, independent. I'm happy to watch it here on Edgar's stream and break it down with him, but I'm not going to subject myself to it on my own.
Yeah.
But I do stream other stuff. I'm just being honest here.
I usually draw, so.
But that's what I was about to say. It's like, Brady, you've seen firsthand that it's been an uphill fucking battle, literally, with me, and seen the journey that I've taken with all the random shit that pops in and out. So yeah, that's a smart option. That is the smartest option. But anyway, guys, we appreciate you guys being here. Thank you guys so much for being here. Yeah, have a good night. Practice some self-care. We love you guys. Bye. Be safe. Office chairs are good, actually. Office chairs are really good.
I know. Look at this fucking recline.
Yeah. New chair, Sama. But yes, this is actually really comfortable. I'm at least able to actually sit down without fucking making a pain face the entire time. And in case my voice sounds deeper, it's because one of the filters did go away, but this is my natural voice pretty much. So I don't know, guys. Best way for me to put it. How's everyone doing though? You guys doing good? Put some RGB on it, Brady. Make it a gaming chair.
Hey man, I am the RGB.
Oh, there you go. Hell yeah. Oh, good, Rosie. I'm glad. Oh wow, Kraith. Ooh. No, so we just finished watching episode 4 of Mushoku Tensei. Sounds like, yeah. We literally just finished going through before we went live. That's literally what we did. We sat here, we watched episode 4 of Mushoku Tensei. For me, it's again, right? For Brady, it's his first time. Yes, this was a we, and we talked about it because there are a lot of good discussion points in there. Brady, what are your thoughts?
The fuck you want me to say about this shit, man? What am I supposed to say about that?
All right, can we just start off with the basic statement? Abuse is abuse, no matter the context.
This was one of the most shocking episodes of anything I've ever seen in terms of like the things I'm seeing portrayed and the way the characters are justifying those things. I was shocked. I was legit, like you saw me. This wasn't recorded, but like this new chair I have, I was up and out and back into this chair multiple times. Like
yeah. And then I kept telling you, I kept telling you, just wait. It keeps getting worse, man. Just wait. So I'm sure that we're gonna get a full docket of information on your essay or your thesis as you write about this.
God, yeah, I have so much to fucking say about this episode. Jesus.
But it was quite a bit, and I think sort of what you guys here's the main takeaway that I'll let you guys know. Brady and I have different approaches, right? Yet we always get to the same answer, if that makes sense, you know. I.e., he looks at things through a narrative perspective, I look at things through an attachment perspective, right? We both come to the same conclusion. Hey, you know, shit's a little off here. Like,
yeah.
For example, I think a lot of the parenting work, there was no parenting work done. Absolutely none. Especially towards Rudy and those younger things. Why don't we go ahead and install this for right now and I'll go ahead and open it up. If you guys have any issues with any of the discussion points that Brady and I have brought up, feel free to come and discuss it, man. We'll open up general chat for you. And if you genuinely feel, not using the novels, because we're not using the novels, but if you actually have evidence or like, you know, find some ways, some like peer-reviewed support for your points, and you're like, hey, you know what, you guys are looking at this wrong. Hey, Paul is justified, Rudy is justified, here are peer-reviewed articles about it. Bring it up. You know, hey, general's open for you guys. That's the best way I can put it. We'll bring you one in at a time if that's the way you guys want to like talk about any big aspect or thing.
Yeah, I mean, like regarding the novel stuff, it's like I'm treating the anime like a complete work.
Right.
It's its own thing. You know, when I say something about a character and what I've seen in the anime, if the response is, well, in the novel the character does this or they reflect on this, at that point it's a different character. Because I'm not seeing that scene in the anime. I'm not seeing them reflect on it in this way, right? So if you're telling me the character does something different, then it is a different character, and I'm not willing to like transport insights from the novel into the anime, because the anime is a complete work. If it relies on the source material to justify its missing components, then it's a bad adaptation, but I'm treating it as its own thing, you know? No, there's no disagreement, Punyesh. There's a very strong agreement, I think, about some of the more controversial elements in this episode. But like I said, I will be writing something about them.
So I guess one thing that I can point out, for example, is self-reflection. This is a very common or a very big thing that was brought up in the previous episodes or previous times that we were live. Have you seen in the past 4 episodes Paul genuinely self-reflect?
No, I haven't. And I want to clarify that, like, when I say I don't think he's, having self-reflection, I don't mean he's like literally not asking himself a question, right? It's not like he's incapable of saying, gosh, was what I did wrong. That's not what I mean by he hasn't engaged in the process of self-reflection, as in like the inward deconstruction of his own actions and the outward change of those actions. I have not seen that. I've seen him question his own actions. I have not seen him enact any change on them. Because I made several critical comments of Paul watching the 15th and 16th episode, and I did say I'm going to go back and watch all the episodes up until then. I've seen 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I have not seen what I'm describing as like genuine self-reflection. I have seen him ask himself a question that is not what I am talking about. Like, there's nothing in anyone's brain that's going to make it impossible to wonder, have I done something wrong? Self-reflection, the capacity for self-reflection, is inclusive of I'm integrating what I've done with a change in my behavior.
Right.
A change in my worldview. And I have not seen that. I've seen a brief moment of clarity or two, but the characters continue to act in the same way as time goes on, or they go back on their promise to change, or these sorts of things. And again, I'll write more, like, clearly about this episode specifically. But this ain't it, Chief.
What's up, Audie Quinn? How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing absolutely fantastic. Also, Saturnius, congratulations on getting done with your exams. That's super duper important. So good job doing that. Exam season is hard, man. Trust me. We've gone through it. So yeah, we understand with that. About Paul going back on promises, it's a big thing for him. I mean, we've clearly seen that, especially with sort of breaking the promise with not really breaking the promise, but so you not count the scene in the bath where it's. Why don't you come into voice chat, man? If you want to.
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't count that. In that scene, he is telling Rudy, you shouldn't undress someone if they're saying no, right? He's telling him something. But Paul's own actions do not in any way reflect an understanding of like what he's saying.
But then here's the thing. If this was a genuine point for reflection in episode 4, we wouldn't see Paul quite literally start sexualizing Sylphie to Rudy, right? And then start because that's one point of like big talk that we had, which is essentially
he literally tells Rudy in the 4th episode, you better focus on chasing one ass, in this case Sliffy's. Okay, don't tell your 7-year-old child to go chase the ass of another 7-year-old. Okay, I don't give a fuck what he said in the bathtub scene, because telling your 7-year-old child to go chase the ass or chase the skirt of another child, and Rudy's follow-up to this is to say, like, I want to take her with me to the academy and grow up with her and essentially groom her into the ideal woman for me, because I'm a mentally 40-year-old adult, but I'm attracted to this 7-year-old girl, and I want to take her with me and grow up with her and mold her into my ideal woman. That is literally what he says. I'm disgusted by Paul.
Yeah.
I'm disgusted by Rudy. I'm disgusted by their whole dynamic and justification of all of those things.
But let's go even further, right? Because we're talking about that, Punyash, and you're saying, no, I mean, when he's thinking about how he's going to be more patient with Rudy, unlike before when he slapped him, if he had truly taken that in and, like, processed that, he wouldn't have punched Rudy later on when he came back to see him. Like, he would have actually, like, taken the whole word of patience and actually, like, joy when seeing Rudy again, instead of going through and just going immediately into, like, the violence section.
He attacks Rudy and knocks him out and throws him on the carriage with the beast girl. And don't tell me that was part of a training exercise, because it wasn't. They weren't training. They were training, and then they stopped, and then suddenly Paul went after Rudy with the intent to harm him.
Right.
Like, that's not training. Like, he intentionally attacked him to knock him out, to basically, get him out of the house so that he could not be around Slifiet.
All right, brother.
So,
it looks like we have
some. What did he learn? Because he continues to assault Rudy, despite growing from that the first time. That's what I mean by, like, he has questioned his own actions, but he has not integrated them and then changed because of them.
Right.
At all.
So, Brady, we have someone in general. Let me bring Saturnius in. Hello, Saturnius. You're live. Saturnius, can you hear us?
It's got the mic muted.
Oh, no.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so about Paul, this is like a reoccurring thing. This is a reoccurring pattern. He does this time and time again. He makes a promise. He wants to do good on it, and he goes back on it. This is like it's a reoccurring theme with this guy, and it's a major problem with him all the way back from when he was a kid. This is not something that started here. This is intergenerational trauma. Wim with his dad, and then with him with Rudy. This is like, goddamn, man. Like, seeing this thing play out, it's almost like a pattern in a book where it goes on cyclically again and again and again. And he sometimes improves, but those are a dime a dozen.
He rarely does. In fact, he encourages Rudy to follow the same path as him. The only moment of pride he expresses towards Rudy is when he acts like Paul, as in womanizes others, chases skirts, these sorts of things. Like, he even says, womanizing runs in the family, and that's probably where Rudy got it from. Like, he doesn't show any signs of remorse for his behaviors at all.
That is true. Paul
the entire dynamic that they enter because of his affair with Lilia?
Yeah.
Lilia.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude, I have so much to say.
I know you do. We were talking about
that. I get it, Brady, because like Lilia's entire life was ruined because of that, what Paul did. Like, it's not as clear in the anime, but like if you read the source material, like you feel genuinely bad for this woman. Like, it is, everything got fucked up because of that one thing that Paul did. Everything went off the rails in her life.
So let's clarify what Paul did, which is he sexually assaulted. He raped Lilia, right?
Yeah, he raped her. There's no soft wording this. He raped her.
Right.
Yeah, it very, very clearly says that he assaulted her while she was sleeping when they were teenagers.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and the whole thing about maybe it was not that bad was it's like so fucked up. It's a bunch of bullshit. Like, that only happened because later she went in the royal family. In the royal palaces, they rape maids like regularly, and they are scumbags about it. So like, in comparison to regular routine rape, Paul is better. Like, what the fuck is that standard? That is not a standard you want to be compared to. Like, you cannot justify Paul raping Lilia.
Let's talk about
that's bullshit.
Let's talk about the affair that he has in home, right? Because there are a couple lines where, first of all, Rudy's solution to the problem.
Yep.
It starts with he claims that he lies to his mother and says, Paul forced the maid to have sex with him, and the reason he does that is because he's afraid he's going to lose his maid. Okay, exactly. Every single thing that Rudy says that he's worried about Lilia going away has nothing to do with losing her as a personal companion or a friend or a caring individual. He literally identifies who is going to bring me a towel when I am sweaty, who is going to, wash my clothes, and who is going to keep my secrets when I steal the panties of my underage master, my underage looking master. Okay, those are the things that Rudy is concerned that he's going to lose if Lilia is kicked out. So what does he do? He accuses his father of sexually assaulting her, of raping her. And the solution here is, gosh, wouldn't it be nice if my maid could stay in the house and she could have a child, and then that child could basically be like my maid?
Yeah, that's fucked up dynamic. Like, I have to agree with you, because that comes back to bite him later on in the story, and it's like a thing. This does not go unaddressed.
But
like
here's-
Rudy doing this does not go unaddressed. It does not go without problems. And I just want you guys to watch it and just watch it unfold. It's like a fucking nuclear holocaust. Like when this thing is gonna unravel later in the story, it's a nuclear holocaust. Everyone is scared of this particular part of this, because like the thing with Lilia staying and her dynamic and the Rudy superiority complex. Like Rudy has a bunch of miscalculated like moments where firstly he miscalculated, like he prioritized the maid over his mother. His mother was suffering there, right? Like in her religion. I don't think this is like that. This chapter was skipped, and I hate that this chapter was skipped in the anime. Zenith's religion is called Milis religion. In Milis religion, monogamy is the thing. It's like Milis is like parallel to Christianity. Monogamy is it's one of the tenets of their religion. So Paul cheated on like the big thing that Zenith wanted, right? That's like a gigantic thing.
Isn't that something that we see constantly throughout this whole anime, which is quite literally Paul overstepping boundaries or someone overstepping their boundaries consistently?
Paul and boundaries.
Yeah, Paul and boundaries. You're saying it.
That is the thing. Paul and boundaries. That's like a thing that's not only in this series. Like in his childhood, that's the thing. In his childhood, boundaries were not like addressed. They were not stepped. They were not addressed, and that thing just continued into adulthood.
But also, there's something else I want to address about this whole thing, right? Because Rudy suggests, why don't we keep Lilia here, and we'll all just be one big happy family? Okay. He basically tells his mother. You should let your husband, who cheated on you, and his mistress stay here, and we'll raise those children as if they're all a part of the family. So not only is this a child, right? We've established that he's mentally an adult, but from their perspective, this is their child basically defining what the family structure looks like.
Oh, but boy,
none of them care about that. They don't care that their child is the one defining the family structure.
It gets worse. Let me step in. If we're going to talk about fucked up power dynamics and attachment cycles in here, you also have Lilia defining immediately that her child is automatically going to serve Rudy, no matter what, even though, right, they're both going to be raised the same way. Yeah. So that's already a fucked up assumption as to what the role of their child and expectations as to what their child is going to be.
Lilia may be the worst parent than Paul, like in this entire series. She may be the only competition for Paul here, because like there's nothing more fucked up than deciding what your child is gonna do for the rest of their life before they're even born. I can't think of a more fucked up thing to do.
That is true. What is also fucked up is essentially, think about the power dynamic here, right? Lilia remains their maid. She's not brought up to the level of mother role like Zenith is, but her child is basically like that's treated like Paul and Zenith's child. Like that's an equal child to the child that Zenith and Paul have, and Rudy is. So you have one mother who's assuming the mother role of two children, and half of that mother role is going to someone who is still subservient in that house, and that mother is also deciding before the child is born that this child is going to be Rudy's servant because he covered up or saved my best interest by resolving this whole thing.
Moment.
Like, poor fucking Zenith.
Let me ask you this. This is a question for both of you. Do you think that Lilia actually seduced Paul?
No.
In the anime context, I would say no.
Anime, no. In the anime did a terrible job at showing that.
No.
If they wanted to show if Lilia seduced Paul, there were many ways of doing it. They did not do it.
I want to challenge that word seduced, because I don't give a fuck what the novel says, right? I'm looking at what is on the screen in front of me. And she says, I seduced Paul. The scene we see is that her door is left open and she's undressed, and Paul is walking down the hallway and he sees Lilia with her back turned to him, and he walks in, without like being asked, basically, right? So she makes it sound like, oh, I seduced him, I threw myself at him. No, you didn't. Paul willingly, without any prior dialogue, walked into the room because he saw you naked.
Right.
Not to mention, this is also someone he sexually
assaulted
to us. He SA'd in the past. So there is a prior experience of
criminal
abuse
history
and trauma here.
Right.
Like that is not she seduced him. That is like Paul basically just relapsing to his own SA, and he later tells Rudy, you get it, man. You're a guy, right? Like we can't help ourselves. That's just what men do, right? I see you going after Sliffy, and how could you not? I mean, how could you not lust after that other 7-year-old just like you, right? We're men. That's just what we do. Like his whole entire ideology is so
fucked up.
And that's exactly it.
Absolutely agree.
I don't give a fuck what the book says. I'm looking at the anime. Like,
I agree with you on that one. There's nothing in the book that justifies that, dude. Paul is fucked up.
So and here's no, exactly. Paul is fucked up, and that's why I like to bring it up. For example, people like to be like, "Oh, but he has a traumatic past" or anything like that. I'm sorry, having trauma does not justify giving other people fucking trauma.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's why it's one of my big issues and one of the big things that like collectively, because Brady, you've been using your wizard powers lately as we're going through, and you're starting to notice that like our therapeutic backgrounds really help us make these predictions, and they're not illogical predictions because we're like seeing them off of our our foundation, best way to put it. So how many times have you been surprised? Because I remember you texted me. So Turnius, in case you don't know, Brady and I, we were messaging throughout his entire reaction, and like he was like, "Bro, I'm starting to see that I have wizard powers now. Like my foundation for my wizard powers are here."
You guys are scary, dude. You guys are scary. Like if a novel for novel readers, you guys are fucking scary. You guys are predicting shit like so far 20 novels ahead. It's fucking scary.
Yeah, because like I'm
chill.
I found myself watching the first episode, and I'm like, I really feel like this is playing out like this. And in the very next scene or the next episode, it's like exactly that. And I'm like, oh my god, this is...
Like, I get that to some extent. Like, some extent. Within a volume, I can get it. But when you guys do it, like, I'm not even kidding. You guys did it to a thing 20 volumes later. That shit just fucking scared me. What the fuck? 20 volumes? How the heck can you do that? That's just crazy.
That is fucking wild.
Ed, you're the culprit. Like, you're the perpetrator here, Ed. You did that shit. What the fuck is... Like, next moment you're gonna do, like, I am Harry Potter, and I'm gonna believe it.
Bro, no. Like everything is based off of like the psychological work that we've done, but like, and this has happened in other animes as well, like ReZero. People would actually like go forward and accuse me of like reading the novels, even though I quite literally showed all my work and been like, hey, this is what I like, this is like the psychological things that we get to this conclusion, so on and so forth. But I think that, like, for us, Brady, it might be a little bit more obvious when we start seeing those patterns like come up,
Yeah. I'm going to look up what I wrote to you that I was like, oh my god, I can't believe
this happened.
This thing I suggested happened, yeah.
Okay, so, like, which episode are you going to watch now? Or are you going to watch the OVA? Because chronologically, the OVA is next, but, like,
well, I didn't even know there was...
release, the episode is next.
I didn't even know that there was a fucking OVA, if I'm being honest with you.
There is. I knew it that you guys would not know there is an OVA. Most people do not know. But like the OVA, kind of like, it's from Eris's perspective, and it's a bit of a throwback classic adventure instead of this deep psychological, like, emotional stuff we've been having back to back.
Yeah, you know what it was? It was when I watched the first episode, I was talking about... the experience of like public shame, right? And Rudy like, he's developing his magic powers, and he like makes a bubble and it splashes on him, right? And his parents mistake that for bedwetting.
Yeah, and
I was outlining how like well, he cries and he's a bit ashamed of it, but also like that's a very Freudian kind of thing, like bedwetting. It has to do with like public shame, and I was suggesting that public shamings, they're sort of what define a person's sense of risk aversion, right? Like they will do almost anything to avoid social settings where they could be embarrassed. And then there you go in the second episode, giving me background that Rudy experienced an extremely traumatic public shaming, and is why he is completely risk averse to going out in public and even leaving his village. And I was like, damn, I called that shit miles away.
No,
Yeah, yeah, I agree on that one.
no, Rosie, not
Rudy's
this kind.
past is like really traumatic.
So what I want to
Rosie,
ask.
you're not being replaced. I'm gonna go away after a little bit.
Yeah, don't worry about it. But dude, it's actually great having you in here because, like, genuinely being able to have a conversation, you know, with people that like the anime or like the novels and whatnot, brings a new perspective to us, and that's exactly why we're like having these discussions and stuff. But what I wanted to ask both of you is, how did you guys feel when you found Rudius in his past life jerking it to his family member, his I guess underage family member? Yeah, what was your guys' thoughts on that?
Dude. That was just, oh my god. I'm in indescribable pain as that was released in the anime before it was released in the novel. I was in indescribable pain when I discovered that. I had to go through and reform my idea on what this character is and what were his motivations when he made certain decisions. 2 or 4 episodes are in the anime or in the novel. Like, what the fuck was this guy doing? What was his motivation? And how did he? Because that just completely changes everything. If this guy's a fucking true pedophile who jacked off to his niece,
I'm leaning towards Rudy is as big or more of a piece of shit than Paul.
Paul, he does say he's in
league with Paul. I don't care if it's not canon that it's his niece. He is still masturbating to
it is canon.
Someone
it is canon.
on the toilet.
Author wrote it. It is in the web novel. It is damn.
It's a violation of their intimate privacy. It's a violation of their boundaries. It's completely sickening.
Well, I mean, someone had to set up the camera.
That's
just straight up. It wasn't just magically set up.
Someone had to do it. That doesn't happen accidentally. That is the reason his little brother turned on him. His little brother was not there to punch him. The person who punches him in the face, who destroys his fucking computer, that is his little brother. His little brother never did that to him. He did it because he fucked up. That was his daughter, dude. Once you do that, there's no going back. That's why. He punched him in the face.
Again, I'm treating the anime as a complete work, right? That's not explicitly mentioned. I'm still disgusted by the fact that he's masturbating to what is likely an underage girl on the toilet.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's our main fucking character.
Yeah.
It's a redemption story. I'm glad it's a redemption story because I could not live with this man for more than, I don't know, a volume. I think he goes incredible improvement in the next season. And I hope it is shown with care and time, not like what they did with this episode, skipping an entire week into a day. But I hope they show it. Hope that shows the man's trauma, the man's development, how he improves it. He talks with people, and that's the biggest thing. You don't improve and you don't overcome trauma by just being this big meditative hermit anime main character dude and thinking, oh, I'm gonna get through this. No, you talk with people. And you share experiences and you share traumas and you get advice and you slowly overcome them.
So this is something.
The moment that turned me against the show, I think, in this episode was I don't know. Up until this point, I was sort of leaning towards this is the show that's exploring these topics and isn't celebrating them, right? It's more exploring them and highlighting critiques of them. Until they showed Roxy over in her academy and she's talking about how she's just casually essayed by, her master. And that scene is basically played for laughs in the anime, that he just runs up and gropes her and she burns him and he rolls on the ground.
You mean,
and it's just
yeah.
It's played for laughs. And I'm okay, this show isn't exploring these topics at depth. It's indulging in that stuff.
The gangbang is played for laughs, and all of a sudden it's character development. I'm just throwing it out there.
That turned me against the show, where I'm now no, I don't like this, and I don't like the commentary it's making. I'm actually sickened by it.
Right.
Yeah.
The gangbang is world building.
I can understand that sentiment to a degree. Because it was not shown before. We were not introduced to Pax before. We were not introduced to where Roxy went before. We just saw she went to this place. She went to this kingdom place. She's there teaching, and she's getting sexually assaulted. This is the situation.
I'm sorry,
congratulations, everyone.
Punyach literally told me that's just an anime moment.
Yeah, that happened.
Dude, I don't give a fuck if it's an anime thing or an MT thing. It's in the show I'm watching, and it's horrifying.
Well, my thing is not every individual, for example, needs to be a horn dog. Not every member of nobility needs to be a horny individual that has no boundaries. Like, there has to be some variance to the character. Go ahead.
Yeah, like they would show it if they goddamn the fuck just like took it more slowly, you know. Like they would have shown Hilda, they would have shown like I think Philip is relatively normal. His father is not. His father is a massive horn dog. But like Hilda is normal. Hilda has clinical depression because her children were taken away. And like Philip just stops all of the other noble activities to kind of console her, right? But that's just all skipped, dude. That's just not even there. What the fuck?
But here's what I'm glad about. We're not watching a fucking school anime. If there's anything that I'm happy about, is that this hasn't turned into like we're all wearing uniforms and it's a fucking like, you know, trying to justify other forms of essay through a school's perspective. Because for me, that immediately, like, I would have been like, oh, this is rough, dude. But like so far, it's a good.
The most disturbing thing out of this episode was none of this stuff, but it was like the mutual understanding between Paul and Rudius to objectify Slythia.
Yeah.
Like their mutual objectification of Slythia and Paul saying like, "Go chase that ass," basically, and you got to grow up to be strong because that's what men are, and be a horn dog like me. And
Brady,
like,
you did
isn't our weird family dynamic so great?
Right?
What?
Yeah, that is a very weird family dynamic. But like, you did watch 1 to 4, right? Or did you watch episode 5 as well?
No, 1 through 4.
Just 1 to 4.
1 through 4. Oh yeah. That explains it.
Well, I was about to say, and the reason why we watched 1 through 4 is that was all the time that we had, and also that's sort of when Paul literally just disappears off the anime and is only shown in little scenes throughout. You know.
Yeah, I get that. Like, you wanted more background on Paul and what this guy does before, right? Like, after that entire train wreck of an episode.
Because last time we were on the stream, right, we watched episode 15 and 16, and I made a lot of comments about the character, and I wanted to make sure that you know, these aren't taken out of context. That like, I wanted to go back and review what leads up to these, whether my opinion would hold up. And not only has it held up, I am doubling down on the fact that Paul is a piece of shit, and so is Rudy, if not more.
Yeah, Rudius, I would say Rudius at the moment, like, I would give him better than Paul because he's making a conscious effort and he's actually improving over, like, no matter how small.
Disagree. I really disagree that he's improving. At least as far as what I've seen.
Right. I was about to say.
Wait, you're in episodes.
Real quick, let me answer this, because Punyas just asked, by the way, aside from Paul, what do you think about Rudius now, Ed and Corto? Personally, like, because you get to see this later on in the episodes, Brady, he actually starts to make conscious decisions to quite literally, like, hold himself back from, like, for example, essay, right? Or, like, certain things that he's done in the past. He starts making those conscious decisions where it's like, hey, just because my parents didn't force any boundaries on me, maybe I should start regulating myself and putting these boundaries on myself, you know, and allowing, you know, the opportunity for myself to grow in this regard. Let me go ahead and say, but I feel as though because of what Paul just did in episode 17, that weird dynamic that we were just talking about earlier in episode 4, which is Paul is great to the point, or not Paul, Rudy is now having like this attachment issue where he can invite everyone in. He can be like, hey, Saturnius, you're with me. Kraith, you're with me. Brady, you're with me. Punyesh, you're with me. He's taking on everyone. And all of a sudden, like, if I'm having difficulties with Kraith, I'm going to try and mend this relationship because I don't want Kraith to leave. Oh no, if Kraith leaves this attachment, I'm broken. What is that going to do? That is just trauma in a relationship at its purest. And honestly, it can lead to so many fucking like big traumatic moments, depression, and big things like that because he hasn't regulated that properly because of the trauma and abuse that comes from what just happened.
Their parenting styles are based on a dynamic that Rudy himself set up. How is that a healthy environment for him to grow in? And I don't mean to grow as a child. I mean even as the mentally 40-year-old adult he is.
Yeah, it doesn't, like, but even on that front, it doesn't make much of a difference. The guy stopped mentally and, like, emotionally growing up since he was 14, 15 years old, shut in his room. Like even though he is somewhat 34 years old, quote unquote, right? Like 20 years spending inside your room, he decided the dynamic in his house. He like kind of with all the Lilia stuff. Like the more he would stay inside of that house, the more I think that it would get fucked up. It would just like, the whole thing is such a train wreck. When you look back on it with a clear eye, you can't help but just sigh at the whole situation.
See, what I'm genuinely glad about is that you're coming in here with an open dialogue, an open conversation. You're very much like, hey, I'm calling this bullshit out. Yeah. Go ahead.
There is some level where this is pure bullshit. Like there's nothing that justifies this, and there are some opinions in the community where I'm like, shut the goddamn f up, dudes. This is not how it goes. Lilia raping Paul, like Paul raping Lilia. That cannot. Nah, that is just not going well with me. The dynamic in the family when like Rudy decides the whole thing, that just does not go well with me at all. But there are other things that where I agree with the community, that Rudy does get better. Rudy is better than Paul, I do think, because he makes a conscious effort. Like we can disagree on that, Brady, but
I don't know. I haven't seen more than 4 episodes and the 15th and 16th. So if you're talking about development between then or after then, I can't comment.
And that's exactly what I was pointing out. Is
I don't think he's made any development in the 4 episodes I've seen.
And that's exactly what I was pointing out. Is from what I've seen so far, like from 1 through 17, there is some development that happens that you can even be like, huh. Even though he tries to do certain things, later on you're like, he's stopping himself. What is that? That is actually moments of growth and moments of like maybe even scared of fucking up and like ruining the attachments that are present, you know? But then you have to consider, does he value the attachments more than his urges, or where does that come in? You know, but like aside from that, there is like solitary moments of growth in that aspect.
I am so glad you brought that point up, and I am so interested to see you guys go through this anime. I want to see how this thing goes. Because
what you're saying is like, you want to see me get fucking tortured.
No, he wants to see us get fucking lit and rant.
This is a delight. This is like watching Hell's Kitchen. You know how everything goes to shit and people go crazy. It's like, this is so much fun.
Yeah, but like my main thing, and I want to put this out there just out there in general. We are not critiquing the author, the writing, anything like that. We are getting lit up. We are allowing these discussions to happen because there's actually good discussions to be had. Like, for example, we're critiquing the characters like, oh man, this is sort of what in a realistic setting, like this is what we see as therapists, because we do see clients like this all the time, like, you know, people like Paul. Believe it or not, there are people out there who quite literally overstep boundaries, who do a lot of the shit similar like that, and who try and justify abuse. I think that's the number one thing I've seen a lot these days, which is like, I only spanked my kid. That is not abuse. That's what they try and say. And it's like, anytime you put your hands on someone, like, for example, this is my main thing. If you hit a child, that's automatic abuse. Why? Because if you would hit an adult, they would have the right to defend themselves. And at that point, you probably wouldn't hit an adult. You'd keep your hands to yourself. Would you hit an old grandma or grandpa? Probably not, because you know that's abuse. So hitting a child is abuse because you're not at the same power dynamic. That's so fucking easy to understand, but some people try to justify that shit, and that is so interesting. But anyway, Saturnius, it's been awesome having you here. I really appreciate you, man, and I hope that you keep enjoying us fucking go on crazy ass rants.
Okay, just thank you for having me.
No, thanks for being here, man. Cheers. Appreciate you, brother. All right, let me bring
okay.
Yeah, what's
I
up?
need another fucking drink before we get into this.
Sure. let me quickly go to the restroom as well. I'll wait for you to come back and then I'll go to the restroom. But yeah, guys, like, legitimately, I actually enjoy this anime because it brings up so many discussion points, right? Here, let me go back into my probably this. Yeah, because it brings up so many good discussion points that aren't usually brought up in a lot of animes, right? There's a lot of we start to stream. Yeah, we ain't fucking around, dude. We're starting to stream off like discussion points. Well, we'll see where this goes, man. It might go even more fucking wild in a bit. But this anime has brought up so many good discussion points, and I think that's the number one takeaway that I want if you're a part of the Mushoku Tensei Discord community or any Discord community in general, we are not attacking your anime. We are quite literally analyzing it. Like, if these characters came into therapy, this is what we see. This is how we see it. These are the things that we would call out, right? And that's the number one thing I want to go ahead and throw out there, because I genuinely enjoy the anime. I know Brody's enjoying the fuck out of like ranting to me about the anime, so that's how you know it's being really, really important. And that's the whole premise of the stream. It's like, one, we're not just gonna sit here and be like the whole fucking entire time. You know, we're actually gonna have the opportunity to be able to talk about it, to be able to grow from it, to be able to learn, you know, from both sides. Because yeah, it's important, man. It is super duper important that you relate and sympathize. Now, here's the thing, Masters, and that's why it's important to be able to call stuff like this out, because sometimes you can kind of project yourself onto characters, and you're like, wait a minute, and this is why it's important to be able to like have discourse and have discussions like this. For example, people that feel triggered that we're calling out Paul or we're calling out certain characters, I want you guys to think, wait a minute, why am I being triggered by what they're saying if what they're saying is like, for example, Paul, abuse is abuse? Right? Why does that trigger me? What happened? Sort of a moment for internal self-reflection as to like, maybe I'm like projecting too much of myself onto these characters, right? Because there should be that level of separation between you and any characters you play or any characters you watch.
It seems so simple to me. Paul is a rapist.
Yeah.
If you identify with Paul, consider yourself. Do we even need to analyze this anymore than that?
I mean, no, but hey, I'll be right back, buddy, because I got to run to the restroom real quick.
Like, you motherfuckers, I still have the anime pulled up here. All right, I'm gonna read you the fucking dialogue that he's having with Rudy. You're better off picking just one ass to chase, he says, as they look at Sliffy. Rudy says, "All right." Don't say that. Don't say things like that, okay? Don't characterize a child like that. Don't encourage your child to womanize and to skirt chase. That's why when people bring up like, oh, wasn't he self-reflective in the bath scene? Wasn't he like reconsidering his morals and didn't he learn from that? And I'm like, no, he fucking didn't. There are multiple scenes that follow that where it's very clear he has not learned from that. And in fact, he doubles down and encourages the same behavior that he himself has had. Like, Paul has not learned from his essay of Lilia, because guess what? It seems to have worked out pretty darn well for him. Cheating on his wife didn't get punished for that either. In fact, you know, from their twisted worldview, their family dynamic is only stronger for now. You like see them smiling, and I'm sitting here thinking like, ha, yeah, we're not traumatized at all. It's horrific. It's like I'm actually horrified that any of these characters can see this situation and think that it's justified.
Oh, you can't. Yeah, Brady. Sorry, they couldn't see you. I left literally. This is a meme. I left without you, like putting you back on, just because I had to go pee, bro. I got you. There you are. Hey, there's Brady.
I don't care if they got married later on, or if he became second wives, or you're talking about like, you know, polyamory or that sort of thing. Like, this was a non-consensual affair between Paul and Lilia.
Step boundaries, who do a lot of the shit similar like that, and who try and justify abuse. I think that's the number one thing I've seen a lot these days, which is like, I only spanked my kid. That is not abuse. That's what they try and say. And it's like, anytime you put your hands on someone, like, for example, this is my main thing. If you hit a child, that's automatic abuse. Why? Because if you would hit an adult, they would have the right to defend themselves. And at that point, you probably wouldn't hit an adult. You'd keep your hands to yourself. Would you hit an old grandma or grandpa? Probably not, because you know that's abuse. So hitting a child is abuse because you're not at the same power dynamic. That's so fucking easy to understand, but some people try to justify that shit, and that is so interesting. But anyway, Saturnius, it's been awesome having you here. I really appreciate you, man, and I hope that you keep enjoying us fucking go on crazy ass rants.
Okay, like, just thank you for having me.
No, thanks for being here, man. Cheers. Appreciate you, brother. All right, let me bring
Okay.
Yeah, what's
I
up?
need another fucking drink before we get into this.
Sure. Let me quickly go to the restroom as well. I'll wait for you to come back and then I'll go to the restroom. But yeah, guys, like legitimately, I actually enjoy this anime because it brings up so many discussion points, right? Here, let me go back into my probably this. Yeah, because it brings up so many good discussion points that aren't usually brought up in a lot of animes, right? There's a lot of yeah, we start to stream. Yeah, we ain't fucking around, dude. We're starting to stream off like discussion points. We'll see where this goes, man. It might go even more fucking wild in a bit. But this anime has brought up so many good discussion points, and I think that's the number one takeaway that I want. If you're a part of the Mushoku Tensei Discord community or any Discord community in general, we are not attacking your anime. We are quite literally analyzing it. Like, if these characters came into therapy, this is what we see. This is how we see it. These are the things that we would call out, right? And that's the number one thing I want to go ahead and throw out there because I genuinely enjoy the anime. I know Brody's enjoying the fuck out of like ranting to me about the anime, so that's how you know it's being really, really important. And that's the whole premise of the stream. It's like, one, we're not just gonna sit here and be like the whole fucking entire time. You know, we're actually gonna have the opportunity to be able to talk about it, to be able to grow from it, to be able to learn, you know, from both sides. Because yeah, it's important, man. It is super duper important that you relate and sympathize. Now, here's the thing, Masters, and that's why it's important to be able to call stuff like this out, because sometimes you can kind of project yourself onto characters, and you're like, wait a minute, and this is why it's important to be able to like have discourse and have discussions like this. For example, people that feel triggered that we're calling out Paul or we're calling out certain characters, I want you guys to think, wait a minute, why am I being triggered by what they're saying if what they're saying is like, for example, Paul, abuse is abuse? Right? Why does that trigger me? What happened? Sort of a moment for internal self-reflection as to like, maybe I'm like projecting too much of myself onto these characters, right? Because there should be that level of separation between you and any characters you play or any characters you watch.
It seems so simple to me. Paul is a rapist.
Yeah.
If you identify with Paul, consider yourself. Do we even need to analyze this any more than that?
I mean, no, but hey, I'll be right back, buddy, because I got to run to the restroom real quick.
Like, you motherfuckers, I still have the anime pulled up here. All right, I'm gonna read you the fucking dialogue that he's having with Rudy. You're better off picking just one ass to chase, he says, as they look at Sliffy. Rudy says, "All right." Don't say that. Don't say things like that, okay? Don't characterize a child like that. Don't encourage your child to womanize and to skirt chase. That's why when people bring up like, oh, wasn't he self-reflective in the bath scene? Wasn't he like reconsidering his morals and didn't he learn from that? And I'm like, no, he fucking didn't. There are multiple scenes that follow that where it's very clear he has not learned from that. And in fact, he doubles down and encourages the same behavior that he himself has had. Like, Paul has not learned from his essay of Lilia, because guess what? It seems to have worked out pretty darn well for him. Cheating on his wife didn't get punished for that either. In fact, you know, from their twisted worldview, their family dynamic is only stronger for now. You like see them smiling, and I'm sitting here thinking like, ha, yeah, we're not traumatized at all. It's horrific. It's like I'm actually horrified that any of these characters can see this situation and think that it's justified.
Oh, you can't. Yeah, Brady. Sorry, they couldn't see you. I left literally. This is a meme. I left without you, like putting you back on, just because I had to go pee, bro. I got you. There you are. Hey, there's Brady.
I don't care if they got married later on, or if he became second wives, or you're talking about like, you know, polyamory or that sort of thing. Like, this was a non-consensual affair between Paul and Lilia.
All right,
right? Like that was a non-consensual affair on Zuma's part. Like, you can't retroactively say it's okay just because later they got married.
Floppy Copier, thank you so much for subbing, man. Wow, they're on a 3-month streak right now. Hey, I really, really, sincerely, we appreciate it, man. This is what allows our channel to grow and whatnot. I gotta say, our next goal is quite literally to get a brand new camera. We've been looking at it, all the admins, mods, and everyone in between. Increase the stream quality, you know, make it significantly better and bringing in new people. But with that being said,
your hard-earned sub-dollars are earning these hot take reactions.
Honestly, yeah. At this point, and that's sort of what keeps us going. Because like when Brady gets here, you know, especially going forward, like it'll also be a good opportunity to help him set himself up as well. I do have a question. Do you think their reactions would be reasonable, assuming this is something super normalized in their culture, not Paul? Paul is shitty. Because Paul is shitty, but how people react to Paul. Hola, buenas noches, David, ¿cómo estás? They said buenas noches, Brady. That means like, hey, good evening, good night, yeah. So how do you think about that? Do you think that the reactions would be reasonable, assuming that this is super normalized in their culture?
Who cares? Who cares? Who cares if other people's reactions are anything? I'm sitting here saying he's a piece of shit. And like you can have an entire culture that thinks this is okay, and guess what? It's still not fucking okay. Who cares? If their environment justifies this, that's horrible, right? When we look at like other cultures who still engage in like slavery and these sorts of things, we just brush that off. That's their culture. No. It's horrifying. It will always be horrifying. And it doesn't matter how many people around them justify it or how normalized it is. It's still horrifying.
And that's exactly why it's attorneys. We say, hey, we're looking specifically at the anime. We're not looking at the novel, because like a lot of people try and be like, we're looking at this medium as a complete medium, like a complete works, which is like the anime, right? We're not looking at the novels. Otherwise we'd be comparing one side versus the other, and it can be two completely different narratives that are being told. With that being said, guys, drop some self-code Doritos in the chat for Floppy Copier. Let's bring in Punyash or Puni Baba as we have in here. You ready? All right, Puni Baba, you are live. Hello?
You there?
It might take him a second because you have to remember stream is a little delayed compared to where we're at. So, Puni Baba, whenever you decide to come on live, just remember to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'll just say in the meantime that like critiquing these you're here, but critiquing these characters is not a strict critique of the series or the anime, right? Like I'm watching the anime. If I wasn't enjoying it at some level, I wouldn't watch it. I'm just very critical of the characters and their personal justifications for what they're doing. Mm-hmm. And I'm a little critical of how the anime seems to portray these things as, yeah, all the characters are fine with this. I don't know. I'm concerned.
All right, Punyash, you are in here, I believe.
We don't hear you though.
Oh, thanks for the follow, life. That's life, brother. Thanks for the follow, life. I thought you were already following, man. Damn.
It's good to see you, man. We'll be playing some Crucible soon, I promise.
I feel so. Here's the difference, right? Because our whole context is in the here and now. We're not trying to justify their world. We're not trying to go into their world, into their society, and be like, this is how we do things. We're talking about in the here and now. If these characters came into therapy right now, what would we say? How would we be able to do things? Because if we go back into their world, into their cultural norms and shit like that, there wouldn't be no psychology. First off, there wouldn't be no mental health in a lot of aspects, you know? No, we don't hear you, so we're just going to keep ranting until we can hear you. There wouldn't be any of these like contexts that you guys want to go ahead and have, or like for us to be able to empathize in that scenario with like the culture of nobility and all of these things, because it wouldn't, like, you know, I guess psychology wouldn't exist. Can I play Crucible 2? Sure, join our clan on Destiny, man. We have a whole clan set up there. It's wonderful. Good morning, Vardik. How you doing, brother? Hello. Oh, I'm guessing still mic issues in a bit. Yeah, it happens, brother. Don't worry about it. It happens. My man Vardik in here. Yeah, because it's a medieval world with medieval rules. I mean, we don't have to go far, dude. Like, less than 100 and something years ago, psychology wasn't at the point where it is today. Like back then, there was still a lot of exorcisms. There was still a lot of drilling in people's fucking heads in order to release the stress and cause like depression and shit like that. Like, you know, we don't even have to go that far in order to understand that like the evolution of what mental health means has evolved completely from 100 years ago. There was also astrology, true. All right, Punyesh, I'm going to quickly drop you down really quick and then bring up Vardik because I see that he's in the chat until you're ready. Do you want to, can you do that, Brady? Or
yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, man. Oh.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Hey, what's up?
What is
man?
up, man? How you doing?
I'm good. I just woke up and I saw you had a nice discussion and I wanted to jump in and talk with you a bit.
Sure. Come on in. What discussion points do you want to have, brother? Just know that Brady has seen it only up to episode 4 and the 2 that we saw on stream.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I wanted to say that from your reactions, I realized that, yeah, you're right. The anime does portray a few things in a light that's a bit too optimistic. So, talking about that scene at the end of episode 17 with the embrace and they making up like that, and yeah, I noticed it for some of the things, but I didn't really think of that way for that scene. So I really like all the discussion points you brought up, especially Brady in the last episode.
Yeah.
I'm glad I can at least offer my perspective because I'm starting to realize like here Ed is out here making all these claims that seem very different from like, you know, the
additional reactors, yeah,
communities, right? Like, yeah, and I'm like, I'm sad that you've been out here making these claims alone, and I'm just happy to like come back you up on some of this stuff like that yeah, I see it too. I'm horrified by some of it.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people that, myself included, that mainly agree with both you and Ed about how both Paul and Rudy are not good people.
Right.
Just say.
And you know what, Vardik? Thank you so much, because I've literally seen you sort of be one of the first individuals out there, aside from mods and admins, who quite literally be like, hey, abuse is abuse. I've seen you like quite literally try and make arguments like this in general chat. I'm not even sure what the fuck goes on in the other chats, man. Like, there's only a couple chats that I can go into, guys, which is general chat, it's my admin chat, my streamer chat, and aside from that, it's the conversations that I have with Brady, because I'm fucking busy a majority of the times. But I do get screenshots sent, and I will be straight up with you guys when like people are honestly like super duper heated about certain moments, of course with stuff blocked out, or when I literally see, like, for example, one of the most amazing things that I saw was quite literally like it was you talking to other people about like not trying to justify characters' actions or Paul's actions and stuff like that. So I really, really appreciate you taking that stance and thinking more of the overall like terms, the overall lens, instead of like focusing in on one like individual, you know?
Yeah, so I understand like the biggest things that I see. They're trying to justify most of their actions because they all say that because other than that they do good or they do good things and stuff like that. But I don't think that's an excuse, because that's a fault of society, let's say, when some people like this are actually doing some good in society. It doesn't really justify their action. It just tells you that's the bigger problem out there.
Yeah, I think there's a desire for most people to weigh the balance of good and bad traits, or virtues and vices, if you want, and say like and try to stack it up and be like, if they're 51% good, then I can like this character. And it's like, no one is out here saying that a bad character is incapable of doing a variety of good things from time to time.
Yeah.
That's not an argument for why their character is an all-around good person, though, right? Because you can identify specific moments where they might have some moral clarity, or they might, you know, act in a way that seems like they've reflected and changed their actions. But like, we've talked about the stages of behavioral change, right? Like, if you look at that graph, pre-contemplation, contemplation, determination, action, maintenance, relapse.
Mm-hmm.
You have to get to action before you reach relapse. So yes, there are times where someone contemplates a change and they're determined to make that change, and they make that change and they fail to maintain it and they relapse. That is the cycle that you see when you say, oh, but Paul did this one good thing, or he learned from this mistake, and he gave Rudy a hard lesson on this. But he still relapsed. He passed back the action, did not maintain it, and relapsed to his previous behavioral style, right? I think that's the thing that's missing from when people identify specific things a character does and say, no, he's changed, or no, he's reflected. Right. Just because you see that doesn't mean that he has completed the cycle of behavioral change. It means that he has bypassed maintenance, relapsed, and he is back in the fucking loop.
Exactly. Something
it was possible for those people to make the action and still get back to the start of it.
So Dark Tug has a question: is do you still identify any one person as good person or bad person, since every person can have done good deeds and bad deeds? Let me answer this by quickly saying, by the way, if you're trying to use any form of philosophy or anything to quite literally justify good character traits or good personalities or anything like that, you have to remember that we are looking at it through a humanistic or here and now perspective, i.e. philosophy in general can be really good at observing the world at large when you're talking about like introspection for those people that are at the top of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. But in the immediate, if you have characters that don't even have like security, right, they don't even have like good attachments or good support networks, so on and so forth, they won't be able to reach that like place of ascendation where they can literally think about these certain things, right? So it doesn't even matter to go that far when you can quite literally be like, hey, you know what, at this point in time, you know, you've already done certain actions. Those actions that you've done, no one can ever justify that, right? I can't come in here for go ahead, Brady.
Well, I think there is a distinction between philosophy and psychology, and the main distinction, at least to me, from what I see, you know, is that the reason they're different is philosophy is looking at collective views of people, right?
Right.
It's trying to almost in an abstract way define what things are virtuous, which things are strictly bad, right? And its aim is very relativistic. Mm-hmm. It's trying to look at a certain action and say, this is good because of these things, and it's not good because of these things. It kind of ignores cross-cultural validity in that way, because like different cultures have different morality systems,
right?
But psychology isn't interested in relative comparison, right? We're not assessing like, oh, these three people have all done this same action, so we treat them all the same. No,
right?
Like we treat them individually. You know, I think the fundamental difference here is that philosophy is very collective in its view of morality. It's trying to bridge the gap between person to person and compare their actions and funnel that into the idea of good or bad. And psychology is less interested in whether my actions compare to your actions. That it's not interested in that. Like every person is its own case.
Right.
And when I look at a character like Paul, I'm not interested in comparing him to, you know, a wealth of other characters and saying, no, he's good because he leans 51% onto this side of the scale. I'm more interested in looking at him relative to himself, right? And assessing his actions independently and asking the question, has he justified these things for himself? Has he reached the stage of behavioral change where he has acted on the thing he's trying to change and maintains that, or does he relapse?
So Dark
and as far as I can see, he has only relapsed.
Dark Tug, let me just step right in. The reason why you treat, even if three persons do the same action, you treat them differently because all of them have had different life experiences, i.e. say that Brady, Kraith, and AZ or Vardic were my clients, right? They've all done, let's say, one stupid thing. But guess what? Brady, lived for a good portion in Europe, and his life experiences over there could have influenced certain things in his own narrative setting, his own attachment setting, his own everything that I'd have to look at and be like, hey, what does this mean for you? How can we start changing, making that plan? It's called individualized plans, right? For every person. Same thing with Craith, Craith living in like Latin America. Different culture, different frame of thinking, different upbringing. Same thing with AZ and same thing with Vardic. It's quite literally all the different life experiences that we have to take in and be able to like come together to be able to. We don't judge their action. That's the thing.
Absolutely, their life experience has to be considered. Like, you can't look at someone and say, oh, this person is an orphan. Let me check my template of how to treat an orphan. No, like, you have to assess that person individually, their experience of being an orphan, right? Like, is being an orphan different based on their environment, based on their support network, based on the opportunities they have available to them, right? Like, people of minority communities are significantly disadvantaged just by the fact that they are in minority groups, right? When it comes to growing up as an orphan or anything, really. Like, that's why you cannot just assess everyone based on the same criteria. That's not how it works. And I think that's how philosophy aims to look at people, is it does want to consolidate human experience to a balance of virtues and vices. And psychology is much more interested in the individual perspective.
And that's exactly it, AZ. We do not justify their actions. We talk about like what got them there. We talk about how they can change from there. What stages that they need to go through in order to like start bettering their life, start like being in the here and now and going forward. But we're not here to justify someone's actions. If someone creates a bad action, that's a bad action on them. That's something that they have to deal with. That's something that like everyone else will pretty much like know about, see about, hear about, and if something's too trivial, here's my like the main thing in any psychology, any therapist you ever go to, there's a cycle. If it's important, it will be brought back up again. Even in conversation, if I'm talking to Brady and I'm like, hey, you know what, like I've had a really shitty day, but then I keep talking about all these great things. It's like, oh, what a shitty day. And like, again, a bunch of like, oh yeah, let's play Destiny, whatever, and I'm like, man, what a shitty day. Guess what? It's cyclical. I just said shitty day 3 times. Brady's going to pick up on that as a psychologist and be like, what do you mean by that? Because you repeat shit, especially like in any narrative. Go ahead.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, what was our first experience as practicing therapists, Ed, right? We had our internship, and our assignment was to take on clients with a simple issue.
Yeah.
Did any of those clients actually have a simple issue in the end?
No.
No, they didn't.
No.
Okay. Every single client who starts off with the issue of, I'd really like to stop biting my nails, has something deeper to explore, even if they don't know it. Okay. Humans are complicated. They're complex. Unraveling the experience that is viewed through the psychological lens takes a long time. It takes a lot of exploration. And that's what we honed our expertise on, is people who were unaware of some of the deeper problems in their lives.
Right.
And at the surface level, were presenting us with something very simple. But the more you dig into that, you find out it's not so simple. And I know you laughed at that because, yeah, it's never like that. You may go to therapy for a very simple thing, and you will walk out exploring
everything.
Something very deep.
Yeah. One thing I want to ask you, Vardic, especially since you're here, is there any one particular, like, I don't know how to put it, take that we've had or thing that you're like, you know what, I genuinely disagree with this assessment of things, or like anyone regard with just the community at large, maybe, even in that sense? I'm curious.
Any of your guys' takes?
It could be our takes, it can be the community.
Yeah, anyone's.
Yeah, no, I have a lot of problems with what the community says, but it's not, I don't want to generalize because not everyone says that. But yeah, just to take it back a step to the discussion, for example, the argument that Rudy is better than Paul. Again, I don't care about that either, because they're still not like good people. And I draw the line here basically when both of them or one of them hurts another person mainly through assault, it's like that's it for me. That's it doesn't matter that you're better than someone else. You're still a bad person and you should work on that. And yeah, I also like the anime very much, and I understand to a point why Rudius and Paul, for that matter, don't really change, is because they're not really pressured by society to change in any way.
Right.
From
Great point.
the environment point of view, they're upstanding members of society, more or less.
Right.
Yeah.
But my big thing off of that is, even with society happening at large, change would still happen if you internalize it and you want to change. I.e., if you, for example, when you go through a really bad breakup, right? One of those breakups that are like, fuck, like that just hurts. What is the next thing that happens after that recovery period? You know what? I'm gonna fucking work on myself. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna be better for my next partner. So I'm gonna go. You internalize that thing, and even without society putting all that pressure in you, you're like, okay, that happened. So now I have to go ahead and like be better for myself and be better for my future partners. And granted, not everyone goes through this. Some people are fucking trash. I'm gonna be straight up. I'm not gonna fucking downplay it. Some people are just like, I'm gonna keep the same trauma and carry it through with my partners. But generally, like, some people try and go ahead and like improve a little aspects of themselves to try and like better their experience or try and like better themselves without society pushing that expectation on them because of pain, because of hurt, because of that rupture and repair.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, because rarely have I heard Rudius touching on these points in his monologues about what he has to change. Because usually his definition of a better person, I think it's more influenced by his Japanese worldview, where a better person is someone who contributes to society and not necessarily is a good person, let's say. Because mainly, I don't think he realizes most of the mistakes he does.
True. And
I don't. That this should be like the first step. You should realize that what you're doing is wrong, and yeah, I don't
right.
see it most of the time.
My big concern, and I think this is a concern that I have about this anime, is at what level, because here's, for example, if a therapist, and here's how I'll explain it. If Brady and I were having a session and I bring out my notepad and I'm like taking notes the entire time, and granted, this is how it's seen in a lot of like movies and shit like this, I'm using this as a barrier from between me and the client, right? How many people are quite literally doing that with the novel, where they're like projecting all this shit onto their characters? Like, if I was a really bad therapist, I'd project all my emotions and shit onto Brady, but then when Brady comes back, it's all in the note, man. It's all in here, man. I have it right here, and fucking like wave it around instead of being one-on-one and be like, hey, you know what? There's some issues happening here. There's some like projection happening here. We might need to see another therapist, or we need to take certain actions. I feel like there's a lot of shit that is happening specifically about this, where people are overstating, like, just like Paul has boundary issues. People are having boundary issues, specifically like seeing the anime and the manga or the novel as two different mediums and trying to correlate one so hard with the other to try and justify what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't even think, like, just seeing Rudy peep on Roxy as she's masturbating and having an internal dialogue with himself saying, boy, I'm glad I saw that, defines for me that he clearly does not understand that this is something wrong, especially as he celebrates the fact that he has stolen her panties and calls it a holy relic. Like, Rudy it sickens me. He sickens me. He sickens me. He sickens me. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's how you know Brady's fucking lit right now. Let's go, Brady. Let's go. But anyway, Vardic, any final points before we bring you down and we bring Punyash up?
What else I wanted to touch upon that I like a bit how the anime does things is that it shows you, for both Paul and Rudy, because we're talking about the first 4 episodes, it shows you them like some regular anime character, let's say, especially in the first episode. You see Rudy, and yeah, he says some weird anime cliche things about his sex life and stuff like that. But he seems like your regular character, and then in the second episode, you see that, wow, he was actually a pretty scummy person in his past life. And then it does the same thing for Paul when you see him in episode 3, and he's like basically a bad father, more or less. And you're like, okay, so this is the he's like a diamond in the rough. He needs some time to change. And then episode 4, you see he's a total scumbag. So I really like that it kind of flips your expectations about who these characters are. Because for me, like what happens in episode 4, it's like a total shift in expectations for the anime, and this is one of the reasons why I like it so much.
Right.
Yeah.
So
And that's it.
Go ahead.
No, that's it. That's it. Go ahead.
But I was about to say, like, I feel as though, because Brady and I were having this conversation. By the way, just because we're saying we're second and whatnot, we're literally talking about the emotions that this anime is evoking out of Brady or evoking out of me or whatever, right? Because, for example, if I ask Brady, are you going to continue watching the series and making your little essays on them?
Yeah, my little essays, my thesis documents. Yeah,
Yeah,
I am sickened by that character. I'm sickened by a lot of the actions, and I'm sickened by a portion, and I understand it is just a portion of the fan base of this series justifying those things. I think I'm honestly more sickened less by the portrayal of those things, right? Like,
right.
I can handle dark portrayals of things. I can handle sexually uncomfortable portrayals. What I find concerning is a misunderstanding by the viewer that this is a sign of growth for Rudy and not a sign of relapse. That's what I'm truly sickened by. I'm not sickened by the visceral sight of seeing Rudius do this. I'm sickened by the context.
But exactly. Bardic, you have been an absolute pleasure. I really like having you guys on here because it like helps us explore different elements and different stuff on here. We have
thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks so much, brother. Anytime that like we have like a let's discuss, feel free to jump in here for any purpose. All right, brother.
Can I just offer a salute for your help with the Star Scourge?
Thank you so much, man. A big salute.
It was fun. Okay, see you guys in chat.
All right, see you in chat, man. All right, let me bring Punyesh in here, man. All right, hello, Punyesh, you're live.
You there, Punyesh? That was pre-patch Star Scourge, by the way, folks.
Oh, pre-patch.
Give it up for Bardic. It was pre-nerf.
Pre-nerf. Dang. Oh, no, I guess he's having issues again. Well. Oh, there he is. Punyesh. Punyesh.
Oh, I hear a voice.
No?
Yeah, I hear something.
Okay. So I'm audible right now, right?
Yeah, you're audible at the moment. It's a little cut off at times, but you're good.
Yeah, I was very interested by the reactions you guys had to episode 16 and 17 because I think this is a very common reaction to this show for a lot of people. Maybe not for the really big fans, which is that most people have the same impression of the show as Brady did or Ed did. Like mostly that they're like very uncomfortable, sickened by a lot of characters, and basically they're not really on the show's side. And from what I've seen, like the big turn happens around episode 16 and 17. So I was actually quite a bit not surprised, but I thought it was very interesting that was the part that you did not really like when you thought that wasn't handled very well.
So,
well, I can only say for myself that I do intend to cover. I guess it's episode 5 to where we
15,
were at
16,
last time, right? I'm gonna complete the show because, like I said, I don't like to critique something without having a full perspective on it. I want to be honest in my critique, which means engaging with the material that's available and not reducing it to a few pieces of it, right? So I'm just giving my perspective as I go through these episodes, piece by piece.
Yeah, and let me just jump in here and say the reason why we may have different reactions than what is normal is because we're seeing it through a therapeutic lens, right? Like most people, for example, I bet you most people saw that. They're like, oh, what a heartwarming moment between father and son in that. And they were able to go ahead and like empathize with that and be like, oh, there's growth opportunities as Rudy travels and so on and so forth. Well, we saw it through a therapeutic lens because we've seen a lot of domestic abuse, a lot of different like forms of trauma and whatnot, where we know sort of the symptoms and the opportunities for change and what change entails in that regard in a realistic sense. Where we're seeing this and we're like, wait a minute. This is not enough time. This is not enough of like genuine reflection, like period.
My question for this is like kind of just aimed at a general sense. Like this is more of a rhetorical question. It's not for Punesh. It's not for anyone to actually come up with an answer with. And this is what I'm building off of what Ed is saying is that like, how many of you have spoken at length about sexual trauma with people who experienced sexual trauma? Because I think that's going to contextualize a lot of the way we feel about these sorts of things. Is if you've only engaged with the idea of sexual trauma or spoken to someone who has experienced it in an abstract way, then I think it is a little harder to really view these things with such hard lines. Because I have definitely had clients who experienced sexual trauma, and working with them through that is a perspective shifting experience.
Right. Yeah. So one thing I will say is, Punesh, what specifically, if we're gonna go into this, like what specifically about like the reactions that we had towards 16 and 17 made you go like, wait a minute, like this is an issue here or something like that, you know?
Well, obviously, I'm not qualified to talk about the psychology. I am a little bit more qualified to talk about the how one would look at this philosophically because that's what I study. But I did try to talk to a lot of people because I thought it was very interesting about like what did they disagree about, like what was the big difference. And I think the general reaction was they did not really find like the turn that you find very quick because no one really thinks that Paul has basically changed in this episode. Like no one thinks that Paul at the start of the episode was a different person, and at the end of episode 17, he's become a different person.
Right.
The change that was, I think, from a lot of people's perspective, the change happens after the Mana disaster happens. When we see the little flashback of what happens to Paul when he's in the field with Nor, like that completely turns his life upside down, and that is where he becomes somewhat of a different person. In that we know, for example, he spent like years looking for his family. That has been his priority throughout all of his time. He has not really thought about or done anything with any other women. He's made sure to take care of his daughter Non as well as he can, and he's basically been.
I'm sorry, but I haven't seen any of this stuff, so I really have very little grounding.
I mean, I'm sure that was not. I think that was a lot of people's reaction, at least. Not even people who read the novel.
I can only speak about the episodes that I saw, right? Like I think it was it was 15, 16. But at least like just the way that was resolved, I would say was a superficial resolution. But I haven't seen post that. I don't even know what the Mana disaster is, right? Like I really don't have that context to fill in.
I'm not really talking about post that. I'm talking about specifically the start of episode 17, where we see what basically Paul has gone through and what kind of person he is right now. He's very depressed. He's stressed out. He thinks he's never going to see any of his family ever again. And and when he looks at when he thinks about Rudy in his eyes is basically a much better version of himself. That's how he's always looked at Rudy. He's smarter than him, he's cleverer than him, and he's much stronger than him.
Right, but this is where I come back to like that stages of behavioral change model, where even in just the first 4 episodes, I have seen Paul contemplate a change. I have seen him be determined to make that change. I've even seen brief moments where he has acted on that change, and I've seen moments where he fails to maintain that change and relapses to his previous point. So I think the real difference, at least from what I've seen, like I said, I can't speak to episode 17 or post that, is that like he can go through the stages of behavioral change and still end up back where he was, as I have seen him do multiple times, even in just the first 4 episodes, which doesn't, show me a lot of promise for his future development. But I haven't seen those things. I didn't find his reflection montage in episode 16 very compelling.
That was 17. You have seen it. That's the episode I'm talking about. But I think for a lot of people, they would see those years that he spent basically not acting out of impulse, not indulging in the ways he indulged in the past, as at least his small way of becoming a better person. But when he sees Rudy, and he sees that, in comparison to what he has been through, his son looks like he's having the time of his life, and that basically relapses him back to the kind of angry father who lashes out at his children and is not satisfied with them. And when at the end of the episode we see him reflecting, I think most people don't see it as he's becoming a better person. It's basically
I saw him reflecting when he looked into the puddle. I understood that was reflection.
It's basically him trying to accept that he has done something wrong. I think that's all Paul does in that episode for a lot of people. He realizes that he was wrong in that argument that he had with Rudius, and he's really scared. I think I remember you guys talking about when we see Rudy and Paul in that discussion they're having on the table, and how we look at Paul's eyes, and I think you guys talked about how Paul must be feeling guilty. And I think from my perspective and many people's perspective, it was more about what Geese had said earlier, that Rudy would be right to never see him again, to cut off all ties, and that is what he's afraid of.
I think I have to make a request here, which is that whatever I said about episode 15 and 16, I'm going to ask to be basically discounted, because now that I am going back to look through the show, right? I have a different understanding of those characters, and I don't want comments I made about 15 and 16 without knowing anything, right? To represent my current views of them, right? So like I said, I want to be honest in my critique, so I'm trying to catch up to where we were.
Wait, what?
Oh, well, yeah, what did I miss, guys? Sorry about that. I heard gunshots, so I kind of had to go and make sure that everything was good.
I was basically trying to give people who are generally on Brady's side, but they did find the resolution at least somewhat satisfying, where they are coming from and what kind of perspective they had on this.
So here's justification for Paul to me.
So here's where I didn't find it. Here's where I didn't find it at all resolved, is because of the aspect that are people wanting this resolved for their own personal schema, view, end game type of thing, where it's hey, I want this parental attachment to be resolved because this is what. And yes, I am saying calm aside from it because it was multiple, and that's why I was oh shit. But are people viewing this parental attachment to everything hey, you know what, this needs to have this happy ending or push forward in order to see these characters grow? Because a lot of times in life, shit doesn't get resolved, and that's perfectly okay. You know what? Even if it's a false resolution, i.e. someone forced it because of trauma, abuse, or whatever, it happens. It happens in real life, and that's sort of what we're saying. It's it's not necessarily that we're saying it's horrible fucking writing, because it's not. What we're saying is hey, shit like this does happen, and it's a little too soon, a little too quick for people to be able to rationalize something and then be oh yeah, I'm fully open to it, you know?
I guess I think most people at least I would take is that, do you think going forward from this point on you would expect them to be better than they are now, after this whole event has gone down?
So here's what I point out, and this is why I pointed out previously, right? I expect Rudy to have attachment issues based off of Paul's actions, which is formed from abuse, right? So that if something does happen to Rudy, i.e., let's say Rudy leaves or Eris leaves, there's going to be a big search for comfort for what is home, because what is home for Rudy now when his own home is not safe or secure? And that's something that I'm going to go ahead and throw out there. If my dad hits me, right, and this is my number one thing, my dad or my mom hits me, How will I feel secure at home? I'm going to try and be like, Brady, you're my home now. Rosie, Saturnius, Emzeron, you know, I'm going to grab other people. And the moment that they start leaving, I'm going to have anxiety about it. I might go into a depression. I might have a lot of fucking sexual issues about it. So on and so forth. And yes, the reason why I throw out there sexual issues is because when attachments break, rupture, repair, whatever, especially when it's close attachments, one of the first things for guys especially is sexual issues, mental health issues, self-esteem issues, 1,001 things that break from that rupture and repair process. So that's why I'm throwing that out there, because it's super important to be able to rationalize that this, like, that type of behavior, this type of attachment doesn't just come from healthy attachments. It comes from trauma-based attachments. It comes from abuse. It comes from sections where people aren't comfortable in, if that makes sense. Casual, what's up? First time chatter. But for example, with Paul, that's why I said, like, with Paul, I expect him to do like a self-sacrifice thing in order to try and justify his own arc type of thing. Does that make him a good character or a bad character? That doesn't necessarily mean anything. Like, you know, we're literally talking about the actions that are being said here.
And we talk about, like, I think we mentioned self-sacrifice last time. I'd just like to give a little more context to why that's something I sort of predict, right?
Right.
Because, like, self-sacrifice is an inherently all or nothing thinking kind of perspective, right? So now we're getting into cognitive distortions, right? We have lots of cognitive distortions. There is nothing wrong with having them. They're extremely common. They're not disorders. They are just modes of thinking. And all or nothing thinking is one of the strongest pulls for people's actions, because they're what's wrapped around the worldview. You know, I think Paul tends to think in all or nothing thinking in the way he treats Rudy. You're either a man or you're not. Either what I did is good or it's not. Either I'm a good father or I'm not, right? These are all or nothing thinking kinds of modalities, right? And so when we say things like, well, he's going to do self-sacrifice, this is weighing the scale as only having two units, 1 and 0. I have done something good, I have done something wrong. The balance I end up with defines my whole life, right? That's the kind of all or nothing thinking that leads to self-sacrifice. And if you think about that, think about every single thing that Paul has done or said. Isn't it all or nothing thinking? Isn't it all just a balance of 1 or 0? To me, that's all I've seen.
And yes, Chris, we did reach that point in the anime, which is where he sent his son, who was 7 years old, away by knocking him out instead of, I don't know, trying to give him time to break off his attachments in a healthy manner or explain and then send them off. It was just like again, there's a difference between sparring and like knowing how you're sparring and literally going into like hit someone and like knock them out type of shit. Very, very, but yes, that's what we're talking about in the here and now. We're not talking about back then, because back then there would be no psychology, there would probably be no social work or anything like that, but it is still considered abuse through today's lens, looking back.
I have a question about this part, because I remember you watched, I was on stream when you were talking about this episode, Ed, and you talked about codependency between children, and you talked about how, and you also, I think I don't know if it was me or someone else, asked you about what you think about Rudius' intent to groom Sylphie. So and I think Brady was much more harsh on that aspect of Rudius' character than you were.
Right. But that's two different perspectives, like, altogether in that. Why? Because he's through a narrative perspective, I'm through an attachment perspective. One of the big things that I will say off of this is, if parenting is done right, you know, if the parents are actually involved and Rudy and Sylphie are playing together, you're allowing the opportunity for growth, for them to learn the rules of play, for them to learn boundaries, for them to learn, like, for example, self-esteem, what is good, what isn't. If parents are healthily involved, if parents are taking on their role and not just being like, he's a genius, I'm sorry, you know, my hands are off, my hands are clean. If parents are actively in the step process and they're like, hey, you know what, like, you can do this, you can't do this, not like, hey, that's a good piece of ass, you should only go after one piece of ass. If parents are actually there being like, these are the rules of play, these are the rules of boundaries, you know, if you guys are going to play like, you know, play in the front yard where we can see you guys, do like certain things, that's okay. That allows for growth. But majority of the times, what tends to happen is like they're like, oh, for example, Rudy is grooming Sophie, or there's codependency, I like when people start throwing around random psychology terms without necessarily like understanding the gravitas of it. Like, you know, there's extreme interdependency between Sophie and Rudy, and to that, I would say, what would happen when they grow up? In a healthy setting, if they grew up, what would more than likely happen is they'd start to find their own cliques, they'd start to find their own groups. That self-esteem that they've both been working on would more than likely start to send effect. And if Rudy left, say, 10, he was 10 years old when he left, they had those 3 years to go ahead and like socialize, grow that self-esteem, him to be like, hey, I'm going to go study, I'm going to try and get money or whatever to go to the university, I'll try and bring you with me. That's more of an understanding for those characters to grow, and also for Sylphie to then become the center figure and try and make friends off of that way. It's the number one way that I can go ahead and point that out, if that makes sense. But yeah, in a healthy setting, that wouldn't matter. But when parental figures suck at doing parent stuff, you get situations where people or kids are often overstepping their boundaries.
I have like one last thing to say before I leave. One thing that I really agreed with Brady on is that I think one big issue with this show is that sometimes it likes to bring up some of these topics, like show some aspects of the character, but like occasionally it also does that anime thing where it basically tries to play it off as a joke. I think sometimes that makes what it's trying to do quite inconsistent. So I also found basically all of the scenes with Pax and Roxy in the castle very uncomfortable to watch.
Yeah,
because it was.
It wasn't necessary, right? Like, she could have been talking about, like, oh yeah, there's this creepy ass noble with me or whatever. But like going through with the comedic relief at that time, it's just like, or like him trying to grab her nipples or play with her boobs or whatever. It's like, come on, dude.
Yeah, and I think it does get better much later on. But I think that is, if I had to say the biggest issue with this show, it would have to be that. It doesn't. Sometimes it tries to play it off as humor, and other times it tries to make us think of it more seriously, and sometimes that can muddle the message it's trying to get across.
The one issue that I do have with the show, like genuinely, like the anime, not with the novel, of course. This is why we keep stating that out there. There seems to be some weird, like, selective pacing. Like, there's opportunities, for example, where they could have focused in more on like backstory and stuff, but they'd rather go with the comedic bit in order to try and like break off the tension or something like that, if that makes sense, you know? Like, for example,
I actually have a problem with the pacing as well, just in terms of like the episode that I just watched, episode 4, just begins with them having a conversation about Zenith being pregnant and then also Lilia being pregnant, and it's like, it just kind of comes out of nowhere. Like it's jumping from, I think the previous scene from that was Rudy and Slifiet like making up at the end of the episode, and then like it's jumping to that, and I don't know, I just, you know, it's like a tone shift that if you watch from one episode to the next, that is kind of jarring.
I guess that happens when you're trying to cover 6 novels in like 20 episodes, I guess. Sometimes.
Yeah, I don't care though. About the novel. Like,
yeah, that's the point.
Television series. Like, I want to, you know, I'm treating it as a complete work. Like, I have to.
Yeah.
But I understand it has a source material. I understand that like there's a broader story here. But like I said, if there's more characterization to Paul that justifies, you know, that he can reflect more or something, then what I'm treating that as is a completely different character.
That's not the character that we saw in the anime.
Even just one extra note of self-reflection to the novel character, the written character, then I classify that as a different character because they've had a different, you know, sense of development. I can only talk about what's on the screen in front of me, and I also think that like some of the stuff I've been writing about these episodes, like I also wanted to mention that, like, look, I'm only basing what I'm saying off of what the characters say, and some of the response to that has been like, well, the way I see it is like this because I think Rudy is thinking like this.
That's not.
It's like, but look, I you know, I'm not I think sometimes it takes like inventing dialogue that wasn't there to explain why Rudy, was peeping in on Roxy or whatever, or oh, he just saw what he did to Sliffy as a prank, or whatever, the thing is. And it's like, look, I'm basing this off the dialogue. When Rudy says explicitly, I am pretending to be a child. I am a mentally 40-year-old person.
Mm-hmm.
To me, I would treat him as an adult mentally, as my client. Outside looking in, I see him as a physical child with perhaps a physically with an emotionally stunted developmental growth.
Right.
But I treat him based on his own perspective that he is an adult. He is a 40-plus-year-old man talking about how he is attracted to a 7-year-old girl.
Here's where I'm going to challenge you on this, Brady. And this is how you know that, like,
challenge me, baby.
As psychologists, we have the same processes, but it's always good to be able to challenge one another in certain aspects. Do you think, right? And this is one of my big things. Do you think that if the parents actually did the correct attachment work, good parenting, whatnot, including setting up boundaries, Rudy would be as fucked up as he is today?
Yes.
You think that he would overstep his boundaries, constantly?
I don't think anything his parents could have done as parents to him as a child would undo all of the psychosexual development and schema development that he had from 40 plus years of a prior life. No,
you see, and this is where I disagree with you on.
I don't think that their parenting style for the 6 or 7 years of his childhood life would make any difference to the context of a 40-year-old man growing up as an infant. I don't think
here's where I'm throwing this out there, right? Because of the expectation, right? If someone is newly developed, right, and say we're skipping the whole like, oh yeah, he's 7 years old, he was sent. Yeah, she's just being in here like on the side. But if a 7-year, like instead of sending the 7-year-old,
mute myself for this shit.
He's like, I'm gonna mute myself. I gotta listen in for this shit, man. But yes, if a 7-year-old is not in the ability, right, like being sent away, say that it's a full developmental cycle with the parents, and parents are like, these are the boundaries. Say that the first time he was being weird or whatever, no fucking auditory sex, actual conversations, actual whatever. Because I don't think legitimately, and this is like novel readers and people out there, I don't think in his previous life there was any forms of boundaries that were ever being set. There was ever forms of like consent talks. There was ever forms of like, hey, this is like what fucking up is. This is whatever. I think that like to a lesser degree, he would actually be able to control more of his urges, as we're starting to see now. Once he starts learning like, hey, this is bad.
So here's the way I see this. If I can make like an analogy, right?
Sure.
I'm going to make the classic car analogy, right? Rudy's age is his driving experience, okay? Like, he knows how to drive a car. He's really shit at it, right? Right? Like, he's swerving off of the path. He's crashing into things. He has very little concern for other people on the road, right? That's his driving experience. Growing up as a child, for parents who would be giving him, from their perspective, the kinds of boundary, training that a child would deserve, is like explaining to someone who knows how to drive but is just bad at it what the gas pedal is.
Hey,
what the fuck is that going to do to correct his insane driving style? Like, so, you're trying to give an adult, someone who is mentally 40 years old,
training let me step on in here, bro. Let me step on in here, bro. No, bro, let me step on in here, because addicts, bro, if we're gonna go off of this fucking analogy, right, where you're talking about bad coping strategies or bad coping mechanisms, right, how do we fundamentally change people that are real big addicts? We start doing that change by doing interventions and being able to slowly shift that narrative. Does it happen automatically? No. It takes years of time for people are being able to set up those boundaries and start shifting the perspective of those individuals. And I'm not just talking about, hey, look to a higher religion or something stupid like that. What I'm literally talking about is people being like, hey, this is a support network. This is how we're able to go ahead and shift the narrative. I like how people in the chat are fucking freaking out about this. They're like, what the fuck? When they know that, like,
y'all don't know that like this is what we did in school. Like
this, this is quite literally what we did.
This is like when we are in ethics class. This is This is not my first battle against Edgar for the soul of a fictional character. Let me say that.
Yeah, we fucking go hard, dude. I remember we literally keep going off and like in our dorms too, dude. Like we carried through the discussion from class to our dorms and then back into class. It was great.
Like our professor is like Puniesh. He's like he was teaching the class and then he's just like, I'm gonna sit this one out.
And then the class was like, you guys again, to like the 2 hours, 3 hours later. But no, that's my whole purpose.
I really don't want to interfere.
Wait,
I really don't want to interfere.
No, but like
I really don't want to.
You're just like, I really don't want to interfere, mute myself, I'm out. But no, like that's sort of my purpose. It's like we introduce intervention methods, right? Doesn't matter what age, doesn't matter whatever, in order to at least start introducing the like action keeping, gatekeeping, whatever you want to call it, for people to not do the same mistakes again and again. I'm not talking about fucking America's criminal justice system because that's fucked up. I'm literally talking about like addictions and whatnot,
Here's the thing, like, right, like my perspective is based on narrative psychology.
Sure.
So engaging a person like Rudy, you cannot sort of intervene on him with the narrative that his parents have of him, because we're not talking about psychologists intervening on him. You asked me, like, if his parents had been had a better parenting style for him, right? Like
family dynamics, all of that. Yeah.
You have to intervene from his perspective. From his perspective, these are not his parents, right? Like they didn't raise him.
Whoa.
He is not being raised as a 40-year-old child born as an infant. He is not being raised at all.
Whoa, give me a second there, because there is a point in the anime specifically, if we're talking about anime only, where he's clinging on to Paul and Zenith, right? When he's first introduced to Roxy, you can say, it's because of the social anxiety setting, but nonetheless, that is showing that there is, even if it's a dysfunctional attachment, there is still an attachment to these individuals that he will call parents.
Sure. I do think he has, a strong attachment to them, but he clearly does not respect them as parental figures, nor does he respect their position of authority, because what has Rudy done to respect their positions of authority? He immediately calls out Paul and says, "You're not giving me a chance to defend myself. You lie." He tells Zenith, "You need to get over the fact that your husband cheated on you and raise the woman he had an affair with, child, as my sibling, as my mate."
Why was he hurt
Rudy
by
has done
Paul?
nothing to respect
Why was he hurt
the
by Paul?
authority figures he has as parents. So I don't think he sees them as parents. He sees them as pawns.
I think he sees them as friends, right? I think this is where like the big distinction is, right?
Fuck, dude. He does not see them as friends. He sees them as a meal ticket. That's it. They're just a meal ticket.
Here's why I think he sees them as either friends, right? Someone sort of like an equal level, or quite literally as a fucked up attachment, right? His reaction to Paul not giving a shit and hitting him in that whole abuse section, someone that doesn't have a strong attachment, right? Someone that, like, for example, if I didn't know Brady and Brady comes up and hit me, I'd be like, fuck that guy, dude. What the fuck is he doing? But because I have an attachment to Brady and Brady comes over and fucking hits me, I'm gonna fucking internalize that a lot more than quite literally a rando coming in and hitting me, dude. Granted, abuse is abuse. I'm not trying to justify anything like that. But what I'm quite literally saying is, like, the attachments at work that we've seen, because this is not even like, in 16 and 17, is we're seeing that there is some sort of strong attachment there to Paul, or admiration, if you want to call it that.
I really disagree, because I go back to what Rudy said, where he said, "I am pretending to be a child." Okay, so if you see him like, cling to Paul when he meets Roxy or these sorts of things, this is just his disguise. This is the mask he is wearing to convince them, I am an infant at this moment. I am a 7-year-old at this moment. I am a teenager at this moment. These are not natural projections of his mental state. These are fabrication. He is doing this to convince them that he is the person they see him as, not the person he is, the sick, demented, twisted person he is.
But his brain, okay, I've seen this argument done over and over again, right? But
brain is matured. Yes, it is.
Here's where
he understands that Roxy is a developing girl. He knows that she is underage, at least she looks underage.
He knows
He knows that Slifiet does not want to be undressed. And
that's what I was about to say. Wait, I was agreeing with you on this point. He understands what bad and good actions are, right, Brady? Because we've seen this, right? We've seen where he's like, oh, like, you know, if I do this, I'm going to be
a child. I will not accept that.
Is his brain developing? Probably. But mentally, like thinking pattern wise, is he a child? No. Your brain develops until you're 25, in case you guys don't know that. Like, but your internal monologues, that is not that of a child. And I think we can all agree on that. Those internal monologues are not that of a child at all. Like, oh no, yeah.
And I've said this so many times, and I will say it again. Like, it does not matter if in reality he is mentally a child. He sees himself as an adult. There are multiple cases, especially in episode 4, where he explicitly says, mentally, I am a 40-year-old man. I do not care what is objective at that point, because like, he sees himself as an adult. He understands his worldview as that of an adult, and he is still sexualizing children. He is still essaying children here. Like,
so wait.
I don't even think I need to argue this.
No,
like,
I don't
he
know.
clearly sees himself as an adult.
Oh, and here's what I was going to bring up, especially to the light novel people and other people in here. Like, Punyech, who would you prefer that Rudy dated? People his age or people older?
I have no. I don't think there's a good answer to that question.
Oh, I'm just asking you, brother. Like, you know,
I respect that.
Yeah, that's. What about you, Brady?
I mean,
Same.
What?
The same.
Ethically, it's just maybe you should just refrain. Like, if you're thinking what the best thing to do is, maybe you should just refrain until he's of age. But I'm not sure.
Yeah, I agree with Punyech. He shouldn't be dating anyone.
So here's my next purpose in there. If Rudy has sex at the current age that he is, or a little bit older,
he's 7.
When we saw him in episode 17, he's like 10 or 11, some age like that. Okay. But during those ages, right, which it's still not okay, that's sort of hypersexualized, would you say that him having sex at that age with someone his own age or a little bit older is SA?
Yes! Yes! 1,000 times yes! He, in his own mind, he is 40 years old, and by the time he's 11, he's 50 years old.
Yes?
I don't want to say it. I feel like I know too much to answer this question.
Oh shit, did we just hit on something that we shouldn't have? Bro, we just fucking we probably hit on a nerve or something that will literally happen in the fucking time, dude. We have these conversations. Holy shit. Hey, Capricorns, thanks so much for rating. We really appreciate it. I feel like every single time we go into one of these discussions, we quite literally end up with a random point that might happen. And so you want him to stay single forever, or what?
I think we're touching on something that must happen. You know, there is probably a point where Rudy experiences his first genuine sexual encounter. And how is he integrating that? Is he integrating that as, wow, I'm an 11-year-old or 14-year-old or whatever the fuck he is at episode 17 or 16 or season 2? I don't care, right? Whenever he has his first genuine sexual encounter, do you think in his mind he sees that as, I'm a 14-year-old having sex with a 14-year-old, or does he see that as, I'm a 50-year-old man who didn't have sexual intercourse when he was alive, and I was reborn into this world as a child, and now I've grown up and had that? Like, from the timeline of Rudy's mental perspective, he is here. So, he does not see himself as being a blank slate when he is born into this world. Right? He clearly sees himself in the middle of a journey of, here I was, this recluse, this sexually deprived recluse, and now I am given this chance to blossom. And yes, it is SA if he is 50 years old mentally and he's having sex with someone who is 17 or 14.
That's sort of what I was going to wonder, because at that point, right? Because societal expectations, society will only know you as your physical age, right? Even in our society, we only know people through their physical age and not through their spiritual, mental, whatever age, right? So how would one person try and define the constructs of this to a culture or a society like this, if you knew about it? That's the hard part. Yeah, because nobody else knows about it, right?
I'm not sure the question you're asking.
So essentially, right, if you were in, say you got isekai'd as well as Brady, as the Brady that you are today, no need to go through any fucking childhood stage, and you knew that Rudy was mentally older, but everyone still sees him as a kid. How do you start defining societal construct to understand that, hey, there are people that are mentally older than their physical age?
You mean like a Star Trek thing where they like have sex with people who are like 600 years old?
No. I mean, I'm sure this will probably happen in the anime or some shit, right? Where that's why they put in Roxy so early or some fucking shit like that in order to set him up as like a, I don't know, a fucking goal, which sounds fucking horrible to even say out loud for Rudy, right?
Yeah, but I don't give a shit if Roxy is 100 years old. Rudy does not know that at the time where he's sexualizing her and trying to look up her skirt and stealing her panties. As far as he knows, she's a physically 15-year-old girl, and he's a 50-year-old man or 40-year-old man.
So they're asking, why have a new chance in life if you can't live?
Okay, do you call sexually assaulting a 7-year-old getting a new lease on life? And that's just living. He's just getting a new chance.
So there's different aspects, right? And that's sort of where you have to make that assumption for yourself. Are you seeing the physical age, especially because he got reincarnated, as more important than the mental age? And in which case...
Sorry, but he hasn't. No, he has not been reincarnated, okay? Reincarnation is the rebirth of someone without any past memories.
That's the whole point of the isekai, dude.
He was as an adult.
Right, but that's the point of this whole isekai, is quite literally because you saw him being born as a baby, going throughout his baby years with his memories of his past life, which isn't unheard even in therapy, guys. In case you're wondering, there are some weird cases out there, recorded cases of kids that come in with, I guess, supposed, I'm going to put quotation marks, memories of their past life, So that's sort of the argument there that a lot of people are throwing out there. By the way, in case you guys are wondering, why am I egging Brady on like this? Because this is how, like, a majority of people try and egg us on, and this is the opportunity to actually have these discussions. I actually agree with the majority of what Brady is saying. That's sort of why we're going back and forth, and we're actually bringing up different psychological elements and different things out here. Isn't this basically like a New Game Plus? No.
I've spoken about this before, right? But I touch again on it, that from a phenomenological perspective, phenomenology is the understanding that a person's experience is their reality. It does not matter if outside looking in, Rudy is an actual mental child. From his own framework, the way he describes himself, that's phenomenology, right? He describes himself as an adult living in a child's body. He perceives other children as children, and he sexualizes them.
Oh, Punyesh, you're
actually, so would you say that if his self-perception changes, that would make it more acceptable for you in that case?
If his self-perception changes to what?
That he is a child?
Like or if not a child, he's not as mature as he thinks he is, or he's more of a child than he thought he was, something like that. Or if he becomes more comfortable with who he is in this life than who he was in his previous life.
Because right now, right, and I'll be honest, right now I sort of see himself seeing the old chubby dude that got like tied up, got taken pictures of, and all of this shit, and I feel like he still hasn't adapted, say, the persona that is Rudy, if that makes sense. And I hope that this is something that the anime genuinely explores going on. Like, what does it mean to have that duality of having Rudy versus having that old persona or that old life? At one point, you're going to have to give up one versus the other, right? Is that what you're asking, Punyesh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, can you imagine him becoming?
Sorry. I just need to address. There's a comment in here.
Uh-huh.
Would I believe a child that came up to me and told me that they're 40 plus? No, but I would treat them differently. If I was their therapist, I would absolutely engage them on the grounds that they believe they are at.
See, and that's
Do I believe them?
No.
I can have my own opinion about them. My opinion is that Rudy does not have the mental maturity of like, you know, an adult. His maturity is more like a shitty, cringy teenager.
Yeah,
okay?
To be honest, yeah.
I am talking specifically about how I would communicate with him. And yes, if I was his therapist, I would engage him on the narrative that he has of himself as a 40-year-old person. I would use the language that he defines our communication as. I would not believe him. I think that's the misunderstanding there. So, it's not about believing that he's 40 years old.
Right.
Right? You need to start with the person's perspective that they hold and unravel that perspective and explore that perspective and ask them, is this something accurate or is this something worth challenging?
Well, and that's sort of what I was going to state, is this is interesting because at the same time, like, this is sort of where we agree, we just take different perspectives, right? Because you would take the narrative perspective of, like, how do you define yourself? What are the words that you're using, right? Versus, like, an attachment, right? An attachment in general, it's like, hey, what are the sociological elements present? What are the familiar, like, family doing? What is the family dynamic, family power? How does the attachment look like? And then you start to zone in. Once you establish, like, Maslow's basic hierarchy of needs, that everything is safe, then you start going into narrative. So that's sort of like the differences in approach. And I'm sure Brady would also go with the Maslow's hierarchy of needs first, making sure, like, hey, before you're coming to therapy, we need to make sure that you have a good place to eat, sleep, you know, you have a good support structure and all of this shit before we even start.
In an abusive environment, like,
yeah,
that you're not currently party to the abuse or neglect of a child or a vulnerable adult, which in this case, Rudy is.
Right. But anyway, Punyes, do you have any other last comments, last questions, last concerns before we drop you down?
No, it's very interesting, and I had a lot of fun. My first time coming into chat.
Hey,
so thank you.
Well, thanks so much for being here, man. We really appreciate it. So, thanks a ton, man.
Thanks for withstanding the crossfire here.
All right, I'm gonna ask Kraith to come in here real quick. Kraith, if you're available, come on in here, man. Just to make a Maslow's pyramid of move in it. Dude, that would be fucking sick, Vardic. Yeah, that's fine. I kind of wanted to see more people be like, no, but in the light novels, you know, like the one, like comments that I sort of sent you, you know. No, you didn't spike anything. You're good, man. Kraith.
Oh yeah.
Hello.
Hey, man. So I gotta ask you, what have you personally seen or experienced? Because like we're gonna sort of take a step back now and, like, you know, hear firsthand, like, what have you personally seen or experienced that sort of raised flags about this anime for you?
So, okay, let me think about it a bit. So I think mostly most of my issues with the way Mushoku Tensei kind of addresses these kind of like more heavy topics. It's the way it's the way it's portrayed, and the way, you know, it's kind of like what AC had said once, that when you're trying to talk about you know, characters doing this kind of fucked up shit, you know,
right?
You wanna make sure that that's not the only perspective you're seeing. You're not only seeing like the character doing something bad and that's where it ends, right? You want to also you know, you want to also like show some consequences for it. You want to show a different perspective on it. You want to
So,
you want to make sure that the character, if of course if it's a main character, if it's your protagonist or a character you're supposed to empathize with,
right,
you want that action to be an opportunity for change and for growth, right? And that won't happen if there's no like something to oppose that.
Right. Let me just step right in and be like, AZ, get in general, because I'm gonna pull you up as well. Because we need to get him talking a little bit more, Kraith. But no, what I wanted to ask you is, do you think, because this is sort of one of the big bashbacks that we got, which is, do you think, for example, in this, okay, I hate to say it, but I hate to bring it around to this, do you think the gangbang scene was justified in the narrative context of this scene, this course, these many episodes?
I haven't reached this scene, but
No, I think it was pretty random. Like it just. I mean, for me personally, I didn't really think much about it when I watched it. It was like just there. I didn't have much of a problem with it as I think you did, but no, I think it was just I don't know, just the usual kind of using
Anime
sexuality as a humor. Yeah, that.
So the
You know,
reason
Ask me again when I get there, Ed.
the reason why I had an
I'm
issue
sure
with it.
I will have something to say.
Oh, most definitely. The reason why I had an issue with it is, and this is sort of like the main thing I'll throw out there, because quite literally, like, this anime kept stepping it up every single time, right? Like, i.e., there's this essay scene with Sophie. There's an essay scene that Brady needs to see later on. Continuously, like, it keeps progressing.
Do I need to see it?
Yeah, and so it keeps progressing and progressing, and then all of a sudden, this is thrown in there as a shock factor. When, like, as I said, like, it could have been used, for example, if it is for the character's backstory that, like, you're like, oh, she's hypersexualized or whatever, in the anime forum. I'm not talking about the novel. I'm talking about quite literally the anime forum. We could have literally have put, like, their backstory, like, continuous. Like, if it would have been resolved in the next episode or the episode before, that would have been great. That would have been like, hey, it fits in. But, like, how most people were like, oh, no, man, you'll see that later on in, like, seasons to come. I'm like, then why the fuck was this thrown in here? It's a little too early. Like, what?
Yeah, also, sorry, I would like to address something that Bonfire said, that not every bad deed goes punished, unfortunately. Yeah, that's true. You know, that's, of course, 100% true. But I think that there's a difference between not every bad deed being punished and every bad deed not being punished. You know, like, when your character... when your protagonist constantly and to a series is constantly engaging in these kind of things, and basically the most he gets is the other character just slapping him once and that's it. I think that's a problem. You know, if it once happens and it doesn't have nothing bad happens or there's no consequence, that's fine. But when it's something that consistently happens, I think that's when it becomes a problem.
Can we all just agree here that abuse is abuse? No need for labeling. If someone puts their hands on you, if someone does anything like crosses the boundaries, touching you sexually, taking off your pants, taking off your shirt without your consent, abuse is abuse, just in general.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I think the word consent just triggers some people. But, like, if you do anything without consent, you're violating their boundaries, and especially if someone is repeatedly telling you, please don't undress me, please, and you do that, especially with the explicit intent to shame them, you have abused them, you have essayed them, to keep it TOS.
Yeah.
So this is something... This is something I'm curious about before I get AZ's opinion. How was this anime marketed as? Was this anime marketed as, like, for mature people, or was it just for general public? And AZ, with that, I'll go ahead and jump into you and ask you, what are your thoughts about Mushoku Tensei? Do you feel that there are things that are unjustified, or do you feel that there are justifications to be made?
Easy. If you're from phone, just leave the channel and join again by your own.
Yeah.
Because wait, let me disconnect him. Yeah, because in phone, when you're moved from a channel to another, it just breaks and it disconnects you, but you're still in the channel. So it's kind of confusing.
I know. He answered us with silence. That was so deep, AZ. Fuck, dude.
Can I just touch on something that Kraith also mentioned when we talk about, like, the purpose of visual language, especially with something like an anime? Mm-hmm. Tell me this. What do you think about the scene where it is revealed that Paul raped Lilia in their
youth?
And the fact that this dialogue is said over a frame of Lilia smiling.
Yeah, actually, that's one of the things that...
Can you explain to me that?
Yeah. That's actually one of the things that, like, one of the first things that I found, like, really annoying from Mushoku Tensei. You know, like, it's basically, the way it basically Rudy just mentions it and, you know, just says, oh yeah, he sexually abused her, and first, that is never basically brought up again. He never talks about the relationship. He never makes any comment about it. Nothing. He's just thrown there and nothing else. And yeah, it's not even like, it's not even the focus of what he's saying. He just you're seeing something else in the background. At least to me, what it's saying is like, it's just not giving any importance to that. You know, it's showing you that it's just something minor, something that's not really.
It's extremely glossed over.
Right? Yeah.
So also, Derek, just saying, this is not emotional meltdowns over an anime. This is quite literally opening it up for discussion. Because if you wanted to see emotional meltdowns, you'd probably have people yelling at the screen and like being like, your opinions are wrong, when we're actually having an open discussion about.
And can I just say, if you can't see the fucking connection between witnessing a very popular piece of media depict things like sexual assault, rape, and parental abuse, and you can't see the connection between psychologists criticizing that and
Twitter
the
and
way
such.
the anime justifies that, versus people in real life that we have had to do therapy with, who don't have a framework for these things, and perhaps they have seen in popular media the very things that have caused them trauma justified and validated by large communities of people, then you are missing the fucking point, friend. And this isn't an emotional meltdown against an anime. This is an emotional meltdown, if you want to call it that, against the way sexual abuse is represented in culture and how disturbing that is for actual practice.
But also,
and even that's
sorry, but I had to go fucking off on that point, because like that shit. If you can't see the connection there, then sorry.
Real quick, Twitter is not a real place. I'm just gonna fucking throw that out there, man. Like, I am sorry if you're having arguments in Twitter, bro. What are you doing? And just this is for everyone. This is not specifically to you, Direct, but like in general, like if you're starting to get in heated arguments in Twitter about characters and shit like that, like have a voice to verse conversation. This is how you're actually able to bridge gaps and shit. Trust me, it's happened where I think I sent it to the admins or the mods. Where, by the way, this is just a forewarning. If you make an alternative account and post the same fucking shit, like, oh yeah, this is just an echo chamber. Psychologists shouldn't be behaving this way. They shouldn't be analyzing this. Like, your mom, like, a bunch of fucking stupid shit like this. Then we're gonna fucking ban you. I don't give a shit, dude. The mods don't give a shit about you. We banned you for a reason. You come back and like not even trying to be conspicuous. Of course you're gonna get fucking banned again. What the fuck do you think, dude? You think you're James Bond and your opinions fucking matter? Cool, you have different opinions. Make a fucking channel, discuss them. Surround yourself with other people that are gonna fucking circle jerk you, because clearly we're not, and we're having open dialogues and conversations about it. But also, Space Ghost High, and for the rest of you guys, I hope you guys enjoying it. Back to AZ and Crave, guys.
AZ, can you speak now?
Surround yourself with alts.
Yeah, I think it's fixed now.
Yeah, it's fixed.
What do you mean by like my general reaction to the anime, or like what do I think of it?
We're forcing you to react to it now.
Genuine reaction to the anime, and did you think any of like what was justified, what was not justified in your opinion?
Okay, so when I actually picked up the novels first before jumping into the anime, like I read volume 1, and I was initially interested because like, I thought this was just gonna be another isekai story, but then it actually explored dynamic between families, jumped right into like actually being open about parents moaning out loud in the bedroom, and I'm like, wow, this is something. Especially with the first line as well about Rudy's.
I'll give it that. It is something.
Especially the introduction about Rudy's character, and I was like, this is probably gonna be an interesting study if it's handled well. So I went in with that expectation after like volume 1, watched the anime, and I saw that something I can say about Mushoku Tensei at the moment after finishing the anime is that it's playing safe, exploring Rudy's character. It's not playing safe in terms of actually showing his flaws. Like, I think anime displays his flaws very well. What I meant by playing safe is actually having Rudy to, usually when you have a good story, you would have the entire plot molded so that the characters would be set up so that they would be pushed to change, right? Like there's consequences due to their actions. There's certain people calling them out or whatever. We see that a lot in ReZero and a lot of other stories.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's the reason why I think I understand why there was a ton of backlash from Twitter. I understand their opinion is because we keep seeing Rudy as this very terrible character. Most of the time, you know, the level of punishment that he has is just not on that level of the kind of bad deeds that he does. There's this imbalance between the bad things he does and the actual thing that the author does to sort of address that. Okay, I feel like there's an imbalance to that. That's why the audience were like, "What? He's not punished enough." Like, I think the audience can take a story where there's terrible characters as long as the consequences make sense. It actually delves into what are the real effects of this, like does it affect the people around him? And I feel like the anime just plays safe around that area.
So here's something that I'll throw out there, especially if there are Mushoku Tensei people in the chat that are in their Discord, like furiously fucking typing about us, like I'm gonna make my own YouTube channel and shit like that. Guys, feel free. This is an open discussion. If you guys have the balls and you guys want to come up here and discuss your points without using the novel as reference, we're not using the novel as reference. We're quite literally using the anime because that's the only thing that we're talking about and discussing. You know, and we're using actual therapeutic interventions, philosophy, as Punyesh brought in, and other aspects to be able to look at the different interpretations of this. We're not in here being like, hey, you know what, nobody should absolutely watch this anime. What we're saying is this anime brings up points of discussion that I feel a majority, because let me throw this out there, and this might be a controversial statement. I feel a majority of people like bitch and whine because like at first because there's all these reactors that don't bring up discussion points, and then when people actually bring up discussion points that don't fit their fucking schema or their worldview, all of a sudden it's like, bro, that's going too far, holy shit, bro, no, stop, you shouldn't be bringing that up, you know, that's too much, and it's uncomfortable for them.
I don't know. I mean, one of the main vibes I get from this show, at least from like the people who are really into it, is the kind of like, you missed the point by idolizing these characters sort of thing that like happens with, I don't know, lots of weird characters like Joker or you know, the Fallout series or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Where it's like perhaps people identify with the character like Rudy because he's gone through something really horrific. He enacts the same unjust principles that have happened to him onto other people, but perhaps he's learning from them. Perhaps that means that I can learn from my own traumas as well, right? And they sort of miss the point by idolizing these characters or taking lessons from this show that is not doing, in my opinion, it is doing a serviceable job of depicting mental health issues and sexual trauma, but it is not doing enough to critique those things. It is not doing enough to demonstrate that the characters have the environment or the tool set or the social network, support network to explore these issues, to process them, and to actually grow from them. Like I said, don't give me evidence that they have learned from it, because that's not change, right? Like saying, oh, they had a conversation and they did the behavior they talked about in the conversation, so they clearly learned for it. No, you can reach the action phase of the stages of behavioral change and still reach relapse and go right back to the beginning. So anytime you see one of these characters have this moment where it's like, wow, he really reflected and he changed, that is not the end of the journey. That is not how change works. You can reach the action stage and fail to maintain that thing. Paul can reach the phase where he treats Rudy better and he's really learned not to hit his son, and he has condemned himself and he has acted upon that, he has reflected, and then he can fail to maintain that, and then he can relapse.
So real quick, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming up. Kraith, I want you to stay on deck. If possible, AZ, you're absolutely wonderful. I hope that you'll participate, and let's make a date. We're going to do a quick round. We're going to bring in one more person, and then we'll go into a quick let's make a date. We'll have Rosie Chan hopefully in here or participate as well. So, AZ, you've been absolutely wonderful, man.
Appreciate you, man.
All right. I think it's Blade Dragon who's going to be the last one in here.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, sounds good. Blade Dragon.
Hello, hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Good.
Having a good night so far? Not too much drinking, I hope.
No. Yeah, I've been cutting back on my drinking.
Oh shit, nice,
lately.
man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
It was starting to stress me out with everything I've been trying to do. So
Yeah, but that's. By the way, hey, I hope that you're not too stressed out, man. Like, you know, life can throw us a lot of fucking changes and sometimes make us do a lot more work. So remember to set up those boundaries, man. That's just like friendly self-care advice, because like I tend to take on too many things, and oftentimes people expect everything to be done, and it's like, whoa, you know. So just friendly self-care advice there. But anyway, brother. So what's up? Did you have anything that you want to bring up to the discussion about? I was about to say ReZero.
Yeah.
Mushoku Tensei.
Yeah. And it has to do with age of consent. And I want to preface this by saying I think that it should be 18 in our modern society.
Right.
Because that's typically when people leave the roost. Like, that's when they become truly independent and they have to figure things out.
Right.
That said, even in our modern world, there's a lot of societies that have their age of consent 16, like in my current state in the United States.
Right.
It's 16 for age of consent. But other parts of the world, it might be a little bit lower too.
Right.
But we're looking at Rudy going to this other world where they might have a different age of consent. And because people seem to leave the roost younger.
Right. So here's my, because like if you're trying to say, oh well, age of consent, like, you know, after the age of consent all is good, there are still rules even inside of culture and the United States specifically, where if you're over a certain amount of years, it is still considered statutory rape or rape in general, like SA.
Yeah, that's true.
When it comes to specific things like this, for example, like you guys saw how heated Brady and I got talking about different elements. And it was good because these are opportunities to bring up different discussion points, maybe that like you've heard, haven't heard, or whatever. But when it comes to, like, for example, I guess for you, I'll pose that question to you. At what age range do you think that Rudy should be dating, and why?
I'd say due to their society being as behind as it is, when someone leaves the roost, it's good to find a partner to work with. Because if you just leave the roost and ignore our modern interpretation of age of consent, then you're basically out on your own. Like, so I'd say maybe it seems like Rudy's in a awkward position where he got teleported out of fucking blue to another place.
Sure.
But like another continent in this other world. But I mean, in the standard scenario where no crazy shit is happening, it seems that people leave the roost about like 14, 15, 16.
Okay. So would you feel comfortable if you found out that, like, say this kid that is dating your daughter, his mental age is significantly older than hers?
No, not necessarily, because I mean, we're talking about consent. It's anything higher than your age.
Sure. So then that's sort of the question that we've been having, you know, the whole physical versus mental age debate, like there, which is essentially like
it's not a debate to me, to be honest.
Well, no,
it's and we're looking at this other world through the lens of our own world,
right? But that's
so. I mean, there's like a lot more to consider,
right? And that, I mean, there'll always be a lot to consider, different aspects and different avenues specific to that. The very
YouTube Frog here is saying it's really hard to say. Does this mean that romance is doomed for him? Consider it this way. Perhaps it's unfair for Rudy to not be able to have an actual romance until he is of age with someone who is of age. maybe that's unfair for him. It is always going to be more unfair for someone he engages a romance with before that point. Because you can say all day, well, it's so unfair. Rudy can't have a real relationship, or he can't engage in romance until he's, let's say, at least 18. Still creepy, but, whatever the age of consent is in this world. It is always going to be more unfair for the person who is below age.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Because they could be taken advantage of.
Yeah, also I would like to bring up something.
Sure.
Yeah, because I've read a manga, a series which is very, very similar to Mushoku Tensei in the fact that it's a character, someone from another world who dies and is reincarnated as a baby in this new world, right? And in which actually is a series that was, I think, inspired by Mushoku Tensei. And in this series, this specific problem, you could say, it's addressed just like Brady's saying. Like the character, he has another character, a female character, who he kind of has a close relationship with, but because his mentality is the one of an adult, right? He decides to like put some boundaries there, and he literally like there's a scene when she confesses to him, and he's like, okay, no, let's wait for that. He's literally saying, I'm going to wait until she's actually, or until anyone could date is actually mature enough to do that kind of thing in order to actually engage in those relationships, which I think it's the only really good way to do that kind of thing, because if you're starting to think, oh, should he be dating older people or just people of his age in this world, it's always going to be really problematic in one way or another.
I think one thing we can genuinely set up and throw this out there: if you're not healthy enough to have a relationship, don't go for a relationship. This is for any fucking, being isekai or not. Like, if you find yourself having fucking traits where you're like, you know what, I might be fucking wild. I might be trying to push people. I might be trying to like, but I don't mean physically push people. If you physically push people, that's also abuse. But I quite literally mean like, push people into doing something that they're not comfortable with, and 1,001 things. Like, if you're not at that maturity level where you're like, hey, you know what, I'm comfortable being alone by myself, but having a partner would enhance my life a little bit, you have to reach that baseline, and you have to be okay with that baseline. You have to be okay with being able to communicate. You have to be okay with making, even talking about the mistakes that you do make in a relationship and being able to change that. If your whole perspective is, hey, I'm going to groom Crace to be my perfect partner, that's already fucked up. That's 110% fucked up. And granted, I'm sure Crace is... Yeah, I'm sure Crace is a perfect individual, like perfect partner, But nonetheless, like anybody stating out, or for example, Blade Dragon, right? If I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make Blade Dragon my number one like partner, I'm gonna make sure that all of our mistakes are cured. That's not gonna happen, dude. We're all people. We all fuck up.
Can I just say, because there's comments in the chat about like, the age to be an adult is 15, but the age of consent is perhaps lower, considering there are brothels with 13-year-old girls. If you think the law saying it's okay for a 13-year-old to have sex with someone who is an adult is okay, just because that's what the law says, evaluate your fucking self.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, let's talk about the fact that the single fact that Rudy sees people like Aries or Sylphie as possible partners, I think it's problematic in of itself, because just think if someone like some of us who are like, we're all adults, and if we were just transported into a child's body, that wouldn't, if as long as we keep our mentality and our mental age, we would still not feel attracted to a child. Like, doesn't matter what body we're in, that wouldn't happen. You would still be like, no, you're a child. Why would you feel attracted to them? So I think just the single fact that he is attracted to them is a problem.
Yeah. Yes, exactly, Cliff.
Yeah.
Thank you. Like, it is a problem that someone who considers themselves a 40-year-old man finds someone like Sliffy attractive.
Yeah, a normal person wouldn't even feel attracted to them in the first place. They wouldn't need to think, oh, dang, my romance is fucked up because I'm actually older or anything. They wouldn't have a problem with that because they wouldn't that problem wouldn't exist in the first place.
Attracted to 7-year-olds, you shouldn't listen to your father who tells you to chase their ass, and you shouldn't be actively thinking about grooming them to be your ideal woman.
Right. Well, I was about to point something out as well, guys. As parents, if you find your 7-year-old fucking like jerking off immediately to like other people or having like hypersexuality towards other people, that's a fucking red flag immediately. You're letting y'all know if they're not properly hitting the developmental milestones or they're going so fucking fast that you notice it. You shouldn't be like, "Atta boy, you're fucking, you're at that age" type of shit. No, like there are milestones that people have to hit, and if they're not like, if they're automatically hypersexual, it's like, yo, we need to fucking talk about this, and we need to talk about this quick. Like that is an opportunity that like everyone has to pay attention to, and that's why like I'm saying like good parents understand and see this in their child, and they're like, for example, if Brady was a 7-8-year-old and he's like talking about like having his first time, or 10-year-old with somebody already, I'd be like, yo, what the fuck, dude?
You always use me.
Yeah, Brady. Hey, Brady.
I've worn so many masks on this show.
Brady.
From your lover
I know.
to your betrayer to an abused child. Like, is there no end? Is there no end to the identity you subject me to?
I subjected Crates to the same things, brother. So he feels you on that end. But that leads to so many developmental problems, and that's sort of the issues. Good parents understand and see the problems that are rising up in their children and call them out when they see it. Like, or at least take action. Yeah, he has shit parents, and that's the overall discussion point. But all right, Blade Dragon, do you have any other points you want to bring up before we move quickly into let's make a date